Hello, everyone! Blue Star Saber here, once again to do another movie review. But I'm not joined by just one guest, not two, but three, and a possible four. Say hello, everyone.
If we say hello, will you let us out of the dungeon already?
Yes.
For God's sakes, you don't even
I
bring
love
down
this
any
pizza
water.
noir. Thanks for the good taste, but we haven't seen sunlight in days.
Hey, can I
Rest
get
of his
some
weeks,
water?
I don't
I've
know
done
yet.
an awful lot of talking today.
Just be glad that you read your Superman comics, James.
Superman.
Anyway, all joking aside, say hello, everyone.
Well, this is LKNMJH, also known as Steve, here against my will.
And I'm James S Cassidy, who apparently is the last person to saw this movie.
Yeah, I saw it twice. Mangareader here.
And I saw it twice as well, but don't not tell my mother. Oh wait, I've said it live. Oh, I'm screwed.
Does she watch your feed?
Probably not. No.
Then you're fine.
Does she even know how to turn on a computer?
Yes.
Do we know what the computer is?
Okay. Let's see.
Is
Enough
this
Your
button
mom.
gonna blow up? Is this button gonna blow up the world?
Anyway, let's see. Let's see. We're here to discuss Spider-Man: No Way Home, the third film in the Homecoming trilogy, the 27th movie in the MCU, and the 8th/9th Spider-Man movie, depending if you include the animated one, in the Spider-Man franchise.
Hooray!
Oh, you're talking about Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I'd count it as the 9th if we're going down that route.
But yeah, pretty much. Let's see. So, as we all know, let's see. This film follows up, concluding from the last ones. Let's see, a Spider-Man Far From Home, in which that was the end of Phase 3, and afterwards we were supposed to. It was coming into Phase 4, but as we know, after 2019. The pandemic started, and that had a major impact on, well, not just the movie industry, but the entire world. But mostly sorry, did one of you want to say something there, or?
Huh?
I
No.
mean,
All
yeah.
right, let's see.
Sure.
Which, of course, meant that for at least an entire year, the MCU had no related content and all that stuff. So, in a sense, it gave an unintended but 1 year break hiatus for the MCU after Phase 3.
Ooh.
Which probably meant that this year we probably got a lot more MCU in 2021 now. It's now, 2022. Happy New Year to you all, by the way. Let's see.
Happy New Year.
Yay.
Let's see. But yeah, by 20.
Woo.
Yay.
But anyway, 2022 probably resulted in more MCU content than was intended. But particularly, I believe Black Widow was supposed to be out last year. All that stuff. Well, granted, from what I can tell, let's see. While more people have started to come into the box office again, because, well, last year due to the pandemic, it was the first time since I think 2007, I think, since a film did not gross enough to make 1 billion because no one went to the cinema because, well, deadly virus and all that stuff, which resulted in Demon Slayer becoming the highest grossing film of all time, which is I'm both amazed at and still shocked. But anyway, but 2020.
Insert Lucky Cheese obligatory cursed child comment about you watching Demon Slayer.
Yeah, the manga's already ended. But anyway, let's see. We probably got a lot more. The first content of the MC we ended up getting for this year was the first Disney Plus show, WandaVision. For the most part, got positive reviews. Then the Falcon Winter Soldier, which also got mostly positive reviews, though I think the last episode received a more mixed response. Then I believe finally, I think we went with Black Widow. Let's see, and that's when Disney decided to try and experiment with by both. Well, granted, other movies were also doing this too, like Kong and Godzilla, where they would be out on the cinema and on the streaming service at the same time. Let's see, which I assumed. Let's see, did any of you try the whole streaming thing, or did you went to the cinemas or just not bother?
I went with option number 3, which was, shall we say, through alternative means.
You
I
went with
watched
that?
through alternative means. I watched some movies out there, most notably Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, for which I don't have an HBO Max account, but let's just say I happened to stumble upon a live stream of it somewhere.
Live stream
He cannot
version.
confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
Well, I think as long
Okay,
as
FBI, don't be watching this random stream.
Well, don't worry. This is all based in the UK anyway, so they've got no jurisdiction.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna try it. Yeah.
Besides, my FBI agent has filed a restraining order against me.
Okay, so I think as
I
long as
haven't
you,
streamed a shit
well-
damn thing.
well, I'm sure you've probably at least bought or borrowed a, let's see, actual DVD or Blu-ray at some point. But anyway, let's not get into the whole, let's see, that iffy stuff about that.
The gray
now,
area.
don't call me out on that. Just because I post those pictures on Skype doesn't mean you get to act all jealous about it.
You PS5.
Ooh, look at Steve flaunting his money.
Stop flaunting that he has the PS5, you bastard.
I'm just amazed how you're able to
Let's
fit
raid
all
his
that
house.
stuff in your house.
Yeah, raid his house.
But yeah,
Time to raid.
Mangareader's been there. He knows how big my house is.
then of course there was Loki, which from what I can tell is probably the most well-received thing in the MCU for Phase 4 so far until Spider-Man came out. Then, of course, you had Shang-Chi, which I think most people liked. Though apparently I don't think China allowed that film to premiere there because I think the actor said some things about the upbringing of his parents there that they didn't like. So they might have censored it, but I'm
It's
not.
China, no one cares.
Let's see.
Uh,
Anyway.
all I know is that apparently America does Chinese lore better than China does, but
Anyway.
China likes to hide things. Chinese lore.
Oh boy. Anyway,
No.
before we get back, let's see, moving on. Then I believe, let's see, the Marvel What If happened. Let's see, which, oh, by the way, Steve, I'm up to 6 episodes at that, so you can at least discuss 6 episodes with me on that.
Well, you're still 2 episodes short before we can do that.
Okay, fair enough. And let's see, I just got to watch Killmonger saving Tony Stark, and then whatever comes out after which I think is 4, and then The Watcher. But anyway. Then came out The Eternals, which for the MCU was the first time ever critics didn't, let's see, at least in terms of the big screen, not like the TV shows and Netflix series. I'm looking at you, Iron Fist, and Inhumans. For the first time ever, critics did not seem to like this movie.
this movie? Really?
No, I'm talking about The Eternals.
The Eternals.
Yeah.
Oh, the Eternals. Okay.
Well, yeah, it kind of was. I don't know.
I mean,
did too much shit to it.
I mean, I kind of get it, but at the same time, I thought it was. I mean, there were some parts of it that I liked.
I mean, I like. Let's see, my stances on it is that I liked it enough, but I feel like this would have been better as one of those Disney Plus, let's see, miniseries, if you will.
Than the actual movie. Well, I mean, it was I told you anyway in one of our discussions. I don't know if it was recorded or not, Blue, but I'm like, it was already an obscured series that no one really gave 2 shits about anyway in the first place. So I don't know why they even decided to even do it in the first place.
I know. From my understanding, it was a Jack Kirby comic book that he worked on afterwards. He went turning to Marvel, and when the New Gods got cancelled, in which this one eventually also got cancelled because
it was pretty bad. Well, it was just boring as shit. It was like knockoff New Gods.
Yeah, from my basic understanding, it's like due to the fact that Jack Kirby is a great artist, but story writer, he's a bit mixed, particularly due to the fact he writes his comics based on his views of something called objectivism, which I'm not going to get too much into that, but that's a discussion for another day.
I thought that was Steve Ditko.
Steve Ditko, my mistake. Steve Ditko.
Yeah, Steve Ditko's the objectionist at Marvel.
Oh yeah, my mistake.
Jack Kirby.
We don't even know what we're talking about.
I apologize to Jack Kirby.
Jack Kirby just draws stuff. He never wrote anything.
Okay, what's it?
Jack Kirby's rolling in his grave right now.
I apologize to Jack Kirby and Jack Kirby fans out there. I apologize for mixing him up with Steve Ditko.
Oh, so the Jack Kirby comic book was by Stan Lee.
Stan Lee, yeah. Stan Lee was just the writer.
Let's see.
I know, but he signed his name all on Jack.
I know, it's funny.
Yep.
That's it. Anyway, moving on before I continue to piss off with the historic Marvel
it would
fans.
have been so great if Stan could have been in this movie.
I missed the Stan Lee cameos.
It would have been great in this movie.
Anyway, getting on to let's see, but yeah. So besides possibly the first time ever, MCU getting a bad movie review from most critics, which the host those would be finally.
Thor Dark World.
Yeah, I thought
Dark World was really badly received.
Yeah, Thor 2 and The Incredible Hulk. I think people didn't exactly all like all that much.
Well,
We're
that's
just
true.
Throw you off, Blue.
Well, that is true, but they still managed to make a fresh rating, even if just barely. This is the first time it's rotten.
Well,
I guess.
Technically, Captain Marvel would be up there too, but they just deleted it.
Well, let's see. Rotten on
let's not get into that one.
But, well, rotten on the audience side of things, but let's see. Critics, for the most part, liked the film.
Of course, the critics liked it, but whatever.
I can't go by the critics; they're unreliable.
Let's see. Well,
unreliable until.
Well, then what does that make us then?
He's got you there, James.
Well, we're not professional critics now, are we? We don't get paid for this shit, so we can give as honest as we want to.
You actually have to be a professional? I thought you kind of just found your way into the industry somehow. I feel like some random person on the internet could get popular enough to where they become a professional critic.
Just ask.
Consider the audience score is more accurate than the critic score.
I mean, I guess the audience scores would be more accurate since they're the ones that actually care to write a review. But you know,
that's true.
Yeah.
But,
well, granted, funny enough, we're going by that. Funny enough, it seems like audiences for at least most of them, seem to like the Eternals.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily call. I understand where the critics are coming from, but I wouldn't necessarily call it a bad movie. It's certainly, got its boring moments and some head scratching moments, but there's generally some fun stuff in there.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
it's a Marvel movie. They're always going to find some way to do something in there, whether it makes sense or not.
Right.
Well, anyway, then I think afterwards came out, I believe, Hawkeye, which for most part I think most people liked it. I think there are a few mixed reactions to some things, but there was definitely sorry, what?
I thought Hawkeye came after No Way Home.
I think it was out. Let's see. A few episodes were out before then, but let's see. Episode 5 came out at the same time. I think the movie came out.
Let me look this up just to be sure. Because I swear it's like people didn't start talking about Hawkeye.
Series.
I swear people didn't start talking about Hawkeye until after New Year's.
I don't even know.
Oh, well, they're talking about Hawkeye. Anyone remember Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.?
I
Sharon
do.
Carter.
Are we gonna get Ghost Rider, the real one?
Well, y'all remember how that was originally part of the MCU, along with Iron Fist.
Daredevil,
And then season 5 happened.
Punisher.
The Punisher.
Well, Fritzy, from my understanding, Kevin.
Okay, so yeah, no, this. So yeah, no, this
Sorry,
came out in Hawkeye came out in November 2021. Okay.
Yeah.
Just seems
So, yeah.
no one caught on to it until.
Well, from my
afterwards.
understanding, Kevin Feige, due to not liking, let's see, the ABC shows and the Netflix series, doesn't necessarily consider them canon, I guess.
No,
so.
it wasn't necessarily that he didn't like them. It was him and Jeff Loeb kept continually butting heads.
Okay.
Like, you can
Creative
see this
differences.
clearly with Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Like, after season 5, they didn't even bother trying to tie them into the movie, certain episodes to the movies.
Yeah. Even though Age of Ultron was basically there because of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
we're
So,
not allowed to talk about this anymore.
but yeah. So, but now let's see. He's got all these Disney Plus shows, and he gets full swear in them and all that stuff. So, I guess it's a win-win for Kevin Feige. Let's see. Anyway, and then finally, for the last project of the year, of course, was Spider-Man: No Way Home. Though there was, of course, also a non-MCU related Spider-Man film with the Venom Let There Be Carnage. Which did you guys go watch it all? Or...
Yeah, I saw that.
Mhm.
And I even told Lucky Chi. I even told Lucky Chi that the end credit the end credit scene, or I should say the mid credit scene, that at least at the time I was like, oh man, spoiler alert, he shows up in the MCU, kinda.
Yeah.
And I say kinda because I'll save that aspect for when we actually discuss this movie. But yeah, spoiler alert for those who haven't seen Let There Be Carnage, he shows up in the MCU, kinda.
Yeah. Fair enough, and that's pretty much So that's where we're at with Spider-Man: No Way Home. Oh, and if I guess you want to go with talk about DC, they finally released the Snyder Cut and Suicide Squad, which was much better received than the previous one, but due to the pandemic and I think the ongoing controversy between DC and its fandoms with the Snyderverse and all that stuff, let's see, it became a box office bomb, but you still got like a Peacemaker miniseries that is now currently on HBO Max.
Yeah. Which I want to add, if anybody's curious about this one, probably topic for another day, but if you all hated DC then, you're gonna hate it now.
Wasn't Kevin, was it, who the hell was it? Whoever did the Guardians of the Galaxy was the one who did
James
Suicide
Gunn.
2, wasn't it?
Yeah, James
Gunn.
Gunn.
I mean, I like the Suicide Squad enough. James Gunn Suicide Squad, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
I liked it enough. There are some genuinely funny moments in there, and for me personally, John Cena as Peacemaker is the best character written by far.
Wasn't there a lot more violence in this one too compared to the first one?
Oh yeah. You want to see people torn apart by King Shark?
Yeah.
You're definitely gonna love that movie.
Yeah,
and also Sylvester Stallone as King Shark, a much better role than Vin Diesel as Groot, because he at least talks.
Yeah.
All Vin Diesel does, he gets paid like, I don't know how much. Let's say conservatively $100,000. He gets that much to sit in a chair and say, "I am Groot," like 3 or 4 times.
Say like different versions of it.
Now hold on. You have to do it in French too.
You have to do it in French.
We are Groot.
Yeah, how hard French is.
Yeah. French. Do you know how hard French is?
Yes.
But yeah. But in my
Parlez-vous français?
in many ways, if I had to describe the Suicide Squad, it's the heart of it's got the heart of the Guardians of the Galaxy movies with the edginess of the Deadpool movies.
The edginess of the Deadpool movies.
Well, that's not an inaccurate statement.
But yeah.
But
but while DC continues to not figure out what it wants to do, let's see, the MCU has been slowly but surely been building up to like the multiverse, and it seems like it's with the let's see, Spider-Man movie, it's finally starting to pay off a bit.
Yeah,
So
now Doctor Strange is gonna have his big shot in the multiverse?
Yeah, but I think that's more for future things in the moment. That's probably for future parts of discussion. But yeah, but anyway,
well, sure, we'll talk about that. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, but let's see. Before we begin on the summary of the movie, I don't know. How do you feel about the state of the cinema with like the pandemic and like, is it what if you've made of like most of the MCU projects that have come out, or any other films in general this year? I mean, last year technically.
Okay. WandaVision. I watched it all, and spoiler alert. Disney spent God knows how much money to make a boner joke by bringing in the Fox's version of Quicksilver. Like, what was even the point of bringing him in? You idiots! You could have easily started the multiverse right there, but no, you had to turn him into a boner joke. God damn it! But otherwise, the show itself was, all right. I didn't buy into the hype that Mephisto was supposedly going to show up at the end. Like, really, Mephisto? Even though usually, he's not that big of enough of a threat for the Avengers to deal with. So I don't know how he would have factored into Secret Wars, which, by the way, is what they are building up to. Loki, I saw in its entirety. All I can say about that is Sweet Home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Also, fuck you for killing off Owen Wilson. You don't kill off Owen Wilson like that. Black Widow, I saw, it was average. Like, the MCU movies up until that point, they're kind of like James Bond movies. You know what to expect. And, average in this case isn't necessarily bad, but it's not necessarily good either. And yes, like many others, I don't like what they did with Taskmaster. Should have just left him alone, or should I say her alone? Shang-Chi, I didn't see. I have yet to see. I've heard good things. At the very least, it seems like a fine Asian martial arts drama with some bits of MCU comedy thrown in from, what's her face? God, I always forget her name. She does the voice of Raya in The Last Dragon.
Okay.
What?
I know who you're talking about.
You know or you don't know?
I know. Let's see. I know which actor you're referring to.
Okay. Even though you can't tell me her name.
Okay. I can tell you now. I'm not just searching on it Google right now. I mean, it's
true fact.
And
it's Kelly Marie Tran, I think.
And then I saw What If, all of it. That is actually a really good show. If you like, it's a really good show if you want to turn your brain off. Like, obviously, none of what happens on screen is going to be canon either way. The only canon thing is Watu the Watcher. That's it.
Okay, like my mistake there. It's actually
Dr. Strange wants to know your location.
Wakafina, who is actually the dragon. My mistake there. Kelly Marie Tran was Rose from The Last Jedi. So go on there, Steve.
Let's see, completely different people then. Let's see. And then I saw, Venom: Let There Be Carnage, which isn't an MCU movie, but I saw the original Venom and I liked that fine. So I came into this, and at the very least, if nothing else, Fuck, what's his name? Give me a sec. I hate it when this happens. Woody Harrelson. He's always, always in for a good time in whatever movie he's in. And he was, and he played, Carnage just fine here.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do hear some people wishing. I wish this was an R-rated film just to see just how gory Carnage can be, like Maximum Carnage and all that stuff.
Right. Otherwise, Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I saw like 3 or 4 episodes of before I got the general gist of what was going to happen. I have yet to see Hawkeye. I don't know if I'm going to see Hawkeye. I have seen the clip of where Kingpin gets his ass handed to him. And on the one hand, it's great that we're kind of acknowledging that Netflix's Daredevil did happen. But on the other hand, Kingpin is much more, shall we say, a much better fighter than he is portrayed there. So I don't know why Vincent D'Onofrio had to suffer for an episode.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why Kingpin was such a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that kind of leads me to a question: do you guys think that there are some characters they just kind of use them as a throwaway, even though they were like play a larger role in the books?
I mean,
the whole idea of the movies to kind of nerf everyone to make it more realistic.
Pretty much. I want to say, Crossbones in Civil War. Ooh, you want to set him up to be the bad guy. Nope. He's taken out within the first 30 minutes.
It's definitely one of the downsides of cinema when you can't, face it, Spider-Man movies had a problem with this, which was before the MCU, is that when you have more than one villain, there's not enough time to fully flesh them out. And heck, sometimes even the MCU movies with just only one villain had a time fleshing them out. So they kind of ended up they suffered in being lesser versions of what people were hoping for. I mean, I believe for the most part, most people said the only villains that were like good in like the first phase of MCU was Red Skull and Loki. With phase 2, the Winter Soldier, and then it's not until like phase 3 people's like, okay, the villains in Marvel are starting to actually get good with like Killmonger, Thanos, Vulture, etc.
Right. And then obviously, like I mentioned earlier, I watched Eternals and found it, once again, it's okay. It's a little bit more than above average, considering it's got a huge cast of people that they have to work with. But unfortunately, unlike the Avengers, where every one of the members had an individual movie or two to help set up characterization, these guys are just like, we need this group of people, and we'll focus on them through a central character that the audience is supposed to relate to.
But anyway, yeah. So, what about you guys? Have you liked what the MCU has done for Phase 4 so far, James, Mangareader, or just films in general last year, really? Or have it been films outside the MCU that have mostly got your attention?
Honestly, my biggest reaction is I mostly didn't care. I mean, not that there isn't some fun or some fun things to be had, but it's I don't know. I think they're piling their plate too much.
Fair enough.
It's a very big endeavor they're going to do with what they're doing with the MCU right now, and it's either going to be one of the greatest things they ever do, or they're going to fail miserably.
Mm-hmm.
From what I don't know if they're failing, but yeah.
From what I could tell, James, from like at least the previous conversation, you did like Loki.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, from what I can tell from most people, they felt like it's Doctor Who. It's doing Doctor Who better than Doctor Who right now, depending on how you feel about the 13th Doctor, Jodie Whittaker, and Chris Chibnall's run of the show.
I am not allowed to talk about Jodie Whittaker.
Let's see.
This is a Jodie Whittaker free zone.
Let's see.
This is a no Doctor Who zone.
Okay, fine. I'll just skip it. All that
No,
stuff.
I'm just kidding on that one.
Ah.
But
No, granted, I will be
yeah, I
honest.
mean, unlike you guys, I don't have streaming services. Not that I'm saying that I can't get those streaming services, but it's
Well,
like,
no. Once again, I didn't.
oh, well,
watch
you don't
these.
either. I already know that.
So
You just happen to watch them somehow.
Yeah, somehow.
Somehow we don't discuss the
I'm not
small
gonna
details.
I'm not gonna discuss on the hows of that somehow, but I did somehow watch them.
I mean,
Someone has a live feed.
It's the word of the internet, people. It's people
yeah, it's
that
the word of the internet.
You're bound to learn about how something somehow, either by Twitter, blah blah blah, YouTube, blah blah blah. A friend's got a
joking
copy.
about this, by the way, but that's just.
But
funny.
I did watch this movie legitimately. I sat down in the theaters and watched it. I can assure you of that.
The theaters.
Yeah, but yeah, but
I don't know.
anyway.
I'm kind of just in terms of MCU. I'm usually just kind of. I mean, it's just like with anything related to Marvel comics or any type of comic books. Not that I really collect them or anything, but I just have my favorites. So if anything really catches my eye, that's usually what I'll end up watching more so than trying to get involved with a specific series or whatnot.
Yeah, by the way, for everyone who's listening
So-
in, Blue Star had to bully us into watching this movie. I want to talk about it,
I
guys.
had to go and watch this movie with no choice.
Okay, to be fair, I did want to see. All right, which of you guys have seen this movie so we can discuss it and all that stuff?
Hey, I
He
saw it before
especially
any
beat
of
me
you,
up. He's like, "You're gonna watch it." No,
but I purposely tried
You're
to
gonna
watch
watch
it
it.
before any of you.
Because I figured if there was one thing besides Naruto that could get us all to talk about something, it was
All
Spider-Man.
talking.
or Star Wars.
Let's
Well,
see.
the only other thing might have been
you
Dragon
for
Ball,
life.
but that's another story for another day.
Oh boy, let's see
Spider-Man
that.
with Blue Star,
But
Mangareader with
any-
Dragon Ball, Star Wars.
What are you
with
talking
life.
about?
go on,
But yeah.
Mangareader.
Go on. So I mean, I don't. I mean, I've heard what everyone else has said about this, so I don't really have anything to offer in terms of my opinions on WandaVision or Loki or whatever the hell anything else was being said. I don't, like I said, I don't have a streaming service. Could I maybe have found a way to watch these videos or series? Probably.
Do what you want because a pirate is free. You are a pirate. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Who hasn't seen that by now? This fucking 2021, yeah, guys. As I
Anyway,
nonchalantly swear on there, as the beeps will come through. Suddenly, this is now censored.
Anyway, in terms of the hype for like, let's
But
see. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say that. I mean, maybe James might be right in that if they overdo it, it's going to be a little more confusing to the fan. Well, I don't know about oversaturating, but I do know that eventually some people probably wouldn't have been caught up with the mini series of sorts.
Ooh, it seems like Steve has. Let's see, just left.
Had a
So,
miss.
let's see,
Yeah.
but let's see. Hopefully, he'll be able to rejoin soon.
He should be.
Let's see, but
Probably
Let's talk bad
his
about
laptop went off or something. What? What? It's the Chicago-ness of the Chicagos. You know this.
Someone broke into his car.
let's see. But anyway,
Someone took his car and he had...
Anyway.
Wait, did I say that out loud?
He's not here. He won't know what you said.
remember we are live.
Yeah, we are live, but he's not here to know unless he's watching it somehow.
Okay. It looks like he's trying to. Let's see. I'm adding him to the stream again.
There you go.
Welcome back, Steve.
Unless
Let's see.
Stream had an awesome service where you can contact the dead.
Okay, I just randomly.
Contact the
Okay, I
dead.
just got your message about randomly disconnected. Anyway, before we just
But I'm
begin,
sure
with,
that basically these series are obviously canon to the movies, so eventually I'm guessing some of them are gonna have a role to play, and whoever didn't see them is going to probably be a little more confused if they're not like me and they're not big on certain series, like they don't catch their eye. I mean, unless, again, you have to probably be just a big buff of just anything Marvel related.
Okay. Well, and before we begin, let's see the summary of the movie. I'm just going to wrap up some thoughts on here. Well, let's see. When the year 2021 began, the film I was most looking forward to was Kong versus Godzilla. I got to see that on my birthday with my family because, well, the films were allowed to be open in the cinemas again in the UK. And of course, I loved it and all that stuff. But in terms of the MCU, the thing I was most hyped about was, film-wise, Shang-Chi, because it looked like it was going to be a cool martial arts movie. And then for the Disney Plus series, The Falcon and Winter Soldier, because I'm a huge MCU Captain America fan and all that stuff. So I wanted to see that and all that stuff. And let's see, in terms of for the MCU, for the Captain Winter Soldier thing, I mostly liked it, though the last episode, I feel like it would have been an extra 30 minutes long to wrap up some of the stuff that was going on there.
You're sure behind the times.
Let's see, I definitely enjoyed it. Let's see, and I thought it was going to be the MCU movie I would enjoy the most this year, but as time went on for the MCU, as it was promoting Spider-Man No Way Home, I was starting to learn a bit more about the plot. Well, there was a lot of rumors going on about the MCU, let's see, No Way Home.
You're welcome.
Let's see, in which more trailers came out showing that Spider-Man will be facing villains from like previous Spider-Man movies, not related to the MCU and all that stuff, and pretty much the worst kept secret of who was and who was not going to appear in
I
this
already
film.
told you that well before any of those. That spoiler was around before any of that.
Okay, yeah, the spoilers.
I think I told you the summary.
So yeah, so slowly it was coming. So yeah, Mangareader told me and all that stuff. So slowly I was getting interested.
Not just you, I told everyone. I posted that in the damn chat.
So anyway, but now that after like about 30-40 minutes of discussing what's the MCU and all that stuff, I think in the descriptions I probably need to put a link of when you can skip this or not, or what we're talking about specifically in the video. But either way, it's finally beginning to begin with a summary of the of Spider-Man No Way Home, in which, as the film begins, we get in the opening credits for the MCU, we have pretty much Mysterio's message being revealed, where the film opens up with him saying, "Spider-Man is Peter Parker," in which audiences starting to react to like Spider-Man. Bystanders in New York are starting to interact, but realize that Spider-Man's there and start asking MJ if, she's Spider-Man's girlfriend, revolving Spider-Man to take her up there. So they're all asking questions and some calling him a murderer and all that stuff, to eventually trying to find their way back to New York, though not before getting a phone call from Ned Leeds, or Genki, if you will. Well, let's see, the Ned Leeds Genki, if you will. What's he going like, dude, given what just happened. And also Flash end up reacting to like Spider-Man being Peter Parker, which, as we all know, in the classic comics, at least the early comics, Flash Thompson hated Peter Parker but loved Spider-Man. So he didn't take the news quite well, but heck, but it's all funny. Only for like Peter and MJ to arrive, where let's see, a bit of an awkward situation where Aunt May and Happy, assuming that Peter and MJ are about to do some adult things and all that stuff. Let's just say that. But Peter and MJ finding out that let's see, Happy and MJ and Aunt May have broken up, and let's see, from what I can tell, this is probably loosely based on the fact that when Spider-Man joined the Avengers, let's see, Aunt May and MJ were allowed to live in Avengers Tower, and let's see, Jarvis, who is a living human being rather than a computer in the MCU, though granted there was a, let's see, human Jarvis, I believe, in Agent Carter. And you briefly saw him in Endgame with Howard Stark, if I recall my MCU knowledge correctly. I assume I have.
Right.
Anyway, let's see. So let's see. As let's see, the whole world now knows Spider-Man is Peter Parker, and due to Mysterio freeing him up to be responsible for the drone attacks, he gets arrested. Let's see, taken into police custody, and we see that during this, let's see, he loses like the Stark drone glasses and all that stuff, and it seems like Stark Industries is in trouble for giving let's see, drones to a teenager, at least on the news. And we get some funny scenes where Aunt May and MJ say, "Don't say anything until we get a lawyer." And let's see, Ned Leeds revealing everything about his involvement, about the guy in the chair and all that stuff. And Aunt May being accused of, let's see, child endangerment, being the legal guardian of Peter Parker. And all that stuff. So eventually that, let's see, Peter gets a lawyer from none other than Matt Murdock, a.k.a. Daredevil himself from the Netflix series. There were gasps in my cinema with that, because in the UK, we don't go the whoa audience reaction you get in the US. We mostly we just end up laughing when we see a funny thing, but there was definitely some like gasps for the one I was in. Granted, I was gasping so hard. Let's see, my mom was scolding me for like, "Oi, behave," in the cinema and all that stuff, because I knew who Daredevil was, even though I have only watched 2 episodes of Daredevil.
So it makes kind of like the Daredevil TV series pseudo-canon? Sort of canon? At least the character canon.
Yeah, let's see. From my understanding, Kevin Feige says that the Netflix series a whole separate universe from, let's see, this universe, but they're using the same actor and all that stuff. At least that's what my understanding. So it's some sort of pseudo-canon, but I don't know. There's not much history, but but I have heard talks that, well, after Hawkeye concluded, there's a character there that was in it that was apparently getting her own spin-off series, but many think that this is just a misleading title for a new for a new Daredevil series, if you will. I could be wrong on that front, but that's the rumors I've heard. But anyway,
rumor.
Let's see, Matt Murdock.
I'm just gonna say I'm very confused about that one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like I don't know what's canon, what's not canon anymore in terms of the MCU. I mean, like, just a random thought, just because of everything that's been happening.
It has Blue kind of cutting out every now and then.
I'm sorry, what? But anyway, from my basic understanding, as far as I can tell, all the MCU movies, and at the very least the Disney Plus series movies, Disney Plus shows are canon. Let's see, the Netflix and...
I'm just saying someone's cutting out every now and then, it sounds like.
Okay. And as
Blue, every once in a while you keep...
Oh, okay. Is it me? Okay.
Very funny, Steve.
Let's see. Just gonna pull out and reattach my mic. Let's see if that makes it better.
You'd almost sound better without the mic.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I don't know. It varies on whether, let's see, from stream to stream, and it seems Mangareader has, let's see, left. Okay, so probably just, let's see. What the? Let's actually click the StreamYard link there.
Yeah, probably the same thing that happened to me. The call just randomly dropped on him. Now he's got to come back in.
Okay, yeah, and
God, next.
Let's see, add next.
Hey, I can't help it. My bars dropped for some reason.
Okay, let's see. I don't know. I guess everyone's getting their own internet blip, if you will.
This is all your fault. You keep.
You need to be like England and Ireland. More bars, more places.
James, we're going down now.
Everyone always teams up against the English. Anyway.
All right. Anywho.
Let's see. Matt Murdock is able to legally get Peter Parker out of any trouble, but of course, public opinion is still a public opinion. And as we've seen when he tries to come back to high school, you got a crowd of angry mob of those in support of him and those who are against him. Probably also not helped by the flames fired by J. Jonah Jameson. who is very much an Alex Jones parody in this. But anyway, but one thing I kind of would most note about the whole crowd as well, those who think Spider-Man's a murderer, there are those that are in support, and one of them being a very enthusiastic MJ Peter shipper. Since let's see, but yeah. Let's see. So let's see, and Flash taking entirely advantage by saying that, oh, I'm best friends of Peter Parker and all that stuff, aka Spider-Man, and has made a book about it, which I do find funny. Which, of course, as we see when Peter enters inside the building, everyone's looking at him. Let's see, with all their phones out and all that stuff, while the teachers, let's see, 2 out of 3 of them, the ones that we've seen, let's see, the regular teacher from like Homecoming and Far From Home, the one with the glasses, has made a tribute shrine to him in the gym thing, while the teacher that was also on Far From Home was there, the one that believes that in all the witches and magic thing, is like, let's see, you did all that stuff, while the teacher from Detention thinks that Mysterio's right. There's apparently a conspiracy theorist, but yeah, that's the last time you ever see those teachers. Whether or not people were fans of them or not, I have no idea. But yeah, but you pretty much have like MJ, Ned Leeds, and Peter trying to find some place away from all the drama, hoping to try and get into like, let's see, the same college and all that stuff, particularly MIT and all that stuff. Oh yeah, and let's see, I should probably mention at this time, Peter and Aunt May have moved in with Happy to get a more secure place because their neighborhood is no longer safe because, people are throwing bricks and all that stuff at their houses, at their house. Let's see. So, yeah. So some time passes and eventually they get their letters to like the college thing. And when they open them, it's revealed due to the surrounding Spider-Man controversy because MJ and Ned Leeds are also being considered like co-conspirators and all that stuff. Okay, I've just gotten a message from Lucky G saying, sorry, Blue, weather's been messing my internet router for the past few hours, so I don't think I'll be able to join the stream. I've been flicking on and off every 5 minutes. So it's likely, lucky fellas, that we're not likely to, get Lucky G joining us. So it's just the 4 of us, let's see, for the night.
Insert obligatory cursed child comment from Lucky G.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, speaking of which, we've got a comment. Let's see. Oh, it's just a random thing. Okay. Let's see. Okay, just quickly messaging. You guys just continue on where I left off with the summary, if you will.
By the way, random comment. Did anybody hit a little too real with the whole, like, him not being accepted in college because of whether or not people see him as a hero or a villain or murderer? I don't know. It reminds me of something.
Huh? Oh, you're talking. Oh, yeah, the.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it, but I think we all know what we're talking about here.
I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, then you're more than welcome to. I certainly do see it that way as well. But at the same time, it's also, I mean, the movie kind of makes it blatantly obvious. So.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that for anybody who ever thinks it might be a little unrealistic, well, it actually has happened in real life. So
well, yes, we know that. Well, we know that. I don't know. Other people might not know that, but I mean, I know a couple instances that you might be talking about.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just going back and all that stuff. Peter, feeling guilty about the whole thing, decides that, okay, after seeing some Halloween decorations from where MJ is working, because that's where they're doing it and all that stuff, and a funny joke with Flash saying, I got in! MIT and all that stuff. All that stuff is like, oh, wait, you guys didn't pass and all that stuff. Peter realizes that there is someone that he could possibly go to for help and all that stuff. And as seeing the decorations, he thinks of Doctor Strange. So he goes to see Doctor Strange and which is all icy due to someone leaving a portal out. And during there, we end up seeing Wong and Doctor Strange, and we end up learning that Wong, due to the fact Doctor Strange blipped for 5 years, or snapped for 5 years, depending on your preference on what you want to say, it's revealed that Wong has become the new Sorcerer Supreme, which... Sorry, what? James, you looked like you were about to say something there.
I was about to say, we all know that Wong is the greatest superhero in the MCU. We all know. The reason why he's never in it is because we all know that if he was in it, if he was there, none of this stuff would be happening.
Exactly.
Wong would just snap Thanos out of existence with or without the Infinity Gauntlet.
But wasn't Wong still alive in the MCU during that whole 5-year period?
Yeah,
he
was.
Where the hell was he?
Too busy being the Sorcerer Supreme, apparently.
Sorcerer Supreme, yeah. Yeah, we found that out, obviously. But it's like, what the heck?
But yeah. But
Yes.
either
Wong.
way... Yeah.
Wong, where were you?
But yeah, either way, though, granted, whether or not, Dr. Stevens becomes the Sorcerer Supreme again by Doctor Strange 2, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see, but anyway. Let's see, so Peter is asking him, can you possibly use the Infinity Stone to, reverse the whole Mysterio revealing my identity to the world thing? Let's see, Steven says that, he would love to help him and all that stuff, but, granted, there's a bit of a funny moment where Doctor Strange is like, you don't have to call me sir, call me Steven. And he says, okay, Steven, and he says, oh, that's weird. Because, they saved the universe together. It says, let's see, the time stone's gone, and he cannot reverse the effects, even if he wanted to. But it comes up the idea of, a memory erasing spell, which Wong says he's against, but it says, oh, come on, it will be fine and all that stuff. And revealed that they might have used the spell to erase his memory or something. So they go down to a temple, some sort of a temple-like ruined bit, where apparently a reality TV show was once filmed there. Or at least an episode there. And this is where... sorry, what about Mangareader?
He says so in the movie. Just leave me out of it.
Oh, yeah.
He could have solved the problem. He just didn't want to be a part of it.
He couldn't remember.
I can see, how it should have ended just now. Here's a great idea. Why don't you write down a list of the people that you don't want you forget you're Spider-Man and give it to him before he enacts this spell? All right, fine. Here you go.
Yeah,
Done.
I can totally see them doing that.
Here's a great idea.
Don't they already have one now?
No, they don't.
They don't have one yet? I thought I saw
Not yet,
that,
anyway.
but maybe not.
I think they usually wait until the film is officially out on
released.
Blu-ray and DVD and all that stuff
Ah.
before doing it.
Here's
It's kinda
a great idea.
like
Why don't you make a list of the people that you don't want to forget that you're Spider-Man, and then give it to him.
It's the same with honest trailers. The only time when they ever do something that's recently come out is when it's been out on streaming services and all that stuff. But anyway. So anyway, as Doctor Strange begins to spell, he says it'd be nice knowing you, and reveals that everyone will forget who he is. And this Peter panics because he's like, wait, hold on a second. Let's see. I need MJ to remember. I need Ned Leeds to remember. Aunt May, Happy, pretty much everyone who knew I was Spider-Man before the whole Mysterio reveal. And because he keeps adding and adding the spells, ends up breaking and nearly causing a sort of multiverse chaos thing, which angers Doctor Strange enough to say, call me sir again, and all that stuff. And then got further annoyed with Spider-Man when he revealed that he never even tried to plead his case to to the college before coming to him. Nearly causing, the risk of the fracture of the universe for a college degree or to a college enrollment, and you didn't even ask them to renew your case first, and then kicks him out and all that stuff. Which eventually then Peter, after getting a call from Flash where the MIT it's the acceptance person is, ends up swinging to find her and all that stuff, ends up getting attacked by none other than Sam Raimi's Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man 2.
Dun dun dun. Unless you weren't already spoiled by the trailer.
Yeah.
Dr. Octopus.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Let's see. Alfred Milani's Dr. Octopus, and let's see. Spider-Man confused who he is, and let's see, why he's mad at him for some sort of sun reactor thing. They end up battling a bit with between his iron spider suit versus Dr. Octopus's four arms and all that stuff, and trying to save the college person in the meanwhile. Eventually, he wins the fight after Doc Ock takes a few of his nanotechs. He's able to control it, but he also confuses Peter Parker when he's unmasked by him going "You're not Peter Parker." And just as as the MIT person thanks Spider-Man for saving his life, she'll try and reconsider trying to get both him, MJ, and Ned Leeds back into college because, Peter was trying to at least get those two into college at least. But makes him promise to try not to get any more scandals or controversies in the meantime and all that stuff. And as she leaves, and after Peter tries to figure out what to do with Dr. Octopus, we get the iconic laugh and pumpkin bomb of Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin in the costume and all that stuff. But before it ends up damaging Peter, Doctor Strange teleports him and Doc Ock to the ruins where they were before, with Strange clearly angry at Spider-Man and saying, "Be careful what you wish for," and all that stuff. Revealing that the spell they did, the failed spell, brought in people who already knew who Spider-Man was, or knew who Spider-Man was Peter Parker. And Doctor Strange revealed he's already met one of them by capturing, the Amazing Spider-Man movie's Lizard, as he's already imprisoned there. Let's see. So now he's angry at Peter Parker because now, and then tasks Peter to, gather up any villains like this, villains that have come through to their universe, and reveals that the multiverse exists to Peter. Because at first, as we know, Far From Home teased the idea of the multiverse, but that was much more of a ploy by Mysterio. But now the multiverse is actually here and all that stuff.
I just want to point out Jolly Green Elf.
Yes, Jolly Green Elf. That was a funny reference and all that stuff. But yeah, now Peter has Doctor Strange enlist the help of Ned Leeds and MJ to help him find the villains, which he reveals to them that, this is all happening because Peter tried to get you through college. Well, of course, you get MJ defending Peter, and then them meeting the two villains with a little joke about Octo Octavius's name, though granted, I'll say this. I think Spider-Man 2, with what they did with J.K. Simmons, had made making the fun of Octo Octavius with being Doc Ock, its name funnier, if you will. They end up, searching using Ned Leeds and MJ, they end up trying to search, where to find this Green Goblin and all that stuff. And this is where Doc Ock first gives a hint about, that Peter Parker is fighting a ghost and all that stuff. So anyway, there's a Ned Leeds and MJ track a disturbance near the electrical station, if you will. Though it's not Green Goblin there, it's none other than Amazing Spider-Man 2's Electro, as you first see him in the sort of static blue light thing before going to proper Jamie Foxx, though butt naked with joke there, though during the fight Spider-Man is, and I see Steve has disappeared again, and I assume he'll probably be back. We get let's see
Ant-Man and
our
Jamie
Steve.
Yeah.
Our
Doctor
Steve.
Strange Steve.
That's not-
I was like, wait, when does Steve come back? Oh, wait. Our Steve, not Stephen Strange. My bad.
Let's see.
Stephen Strange.
I'm sure our Steve will be back. Anyway.
Our Steve is also Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, but yeah, who knows? They might be keeping secrets from us, but anyway. Let's see. Sandman comes to assist. Let's see. Tom Holland. Let's see. Peter Parker. Spider-Man. Though at first he's confused about him being not his Spider-Man. They team up. Though Peter also, I forgot to mention earlier, was giving a magic device from Doctor Strange to teleport villains into the prisons he's got for them. Sends let's see Electro there. Not with at least some clothes on first, though. Sandman, thinking that let's see Spider-Man might be trying to harm them and all that stuff, tries to attack him, but Spider-Man using the device traps him in there. With Electro saying, "You chose the wrong side there, mate." And
should I talk about a point here, or should I wait till later?
The point. What kind of point is that? Would be depends on the point, I guess.
It's something about Electro.
Okay.
Oh, the old Jamie Foxx Electro.
I guess it depends. How much? If it is it more of the character design thing? Or is it more of a spoiler thing? Out of curiosity.
What do you mean spoiler?
Well,
We're already spoiling the movie.
Yeah. Well, it's more like a plot oversight.
Oh, you're talking about the fact that he didn't know who Peter Parker was.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just the It is a bit weird because before because before this movie and all that stuff, Electro, besides maybe also Rhino in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, was one of the only two Spider-Man villains that did not know who Peter Parker was at some point in the film.
The only thing I remember reading was that maybe he overheard someone say his name or something.
It's possible that maybe I guess we could have to. It's possible that Harry Osborn may have. Let's see, from Amazing Spider-Man 2, may have told. No way, actually.
I've seen some theories.
Let's see, but this is probably more discussion later, and it seems like Steve has got another channel on. I'm not sure if I should add this one as well. We've got two Steves now.
No, two Steves.
Oh God, it's multiverse Steve.
It's multiverse.
Let's see. We've added Steve from the multiverse.
And this one has
I don't know what's going on here.
Did she steal you? Okay, but she
steal your
channel.
There we go.
No, but it seems like Lucky Chi is, like I said, likely Lucky Chi is not going to join us, sadly, which is a shame.
I don't know what happened there.
Let's see, but I guess that means I probably have to discuss the Spider-Man movie with him on another Spider-Man related stream at some point, but
man.
Lucky
Chi's gonna miss my opinion.
Let's see, but who knows? Maybe let's see. Maybe we'll get. Who knows? Maybe we'll do a part 2 or something. But
part 2.
No, seriously, every single one of these guys have been dying for my opinion about this movie. So
yeah.
Also,
but anyway,
kill you.
Perils of doing this live.
Yeah.
The perils of livelihood.
All right, but heck, well, I'm not as good at recording podcasts as you guys, but yeah, it's something I need to work on. But anyway. So, where was I? Oh, yes. 4 out of the 5 villains are there and all that stuff. And we get a few fun interactions, particularly between Electro and Lizard, because, well, of course, they're shared in the same universe. And let's see, no, granted, some people might sometimes forget this or not. They both did work at Oscorp, so they do actually know each other. So it's like...
Oh yeah, you're talking about Lizard and Electra.
Yeah. Let's see. So yeah. So anyway, during this time, Norman Osborn seems to have broke free a bit from the Goblin's control and has broken his mask, and Steve has disappeared again.
Oh man!
Quick, Steven, use the sling ring.
We gotta have him stay on the actual rubber band him to the internet. Band him up, bind him.
So
whatever, just keep going and he'll come back.
Yeah, I'm just sending a message to Lucky Chief that this what he's worried about is also happening to Steve, so I don't mind if he comes and goes.
Oh, that's fine.
Let's see. Okay, Steve is back, adding him to the stream. And all that stuff. So, anyway, Steve, I'm just getting on about Norman Osborn and all that stuff. So, eventually,
yes, we had interactions.
Yeah, and interactions between the villains. Anyway, Peter gets a call from Aunt May that Green Goblin is there, and Green Goblin explains that he just wants to get home, and he just wants to and he's worried because let's see, he doesn't exist in this universe. Oscorp doesn't exist. His son's not here, and he doesn't want to be the Goblin anymore. Well, Peter at first is like, I'm just going to try and send them back to this universe because these guys are not my problem, not my responsibility. Though Aunt May eventually persuades him, and eventually they end up driving. She ends up driving them back to, Doctor Strange's place. Though during this time, I think you've got someone working for J. Jonah Jameson who went from a guy who was doing the Daily Bugle in a basement from my steam, has now got his own news agency and all that stuff because slandering Spider-Man has always made him a quick buck. With him even selling faulty Daily Bugle products, and which is clearly a nod to Alex Jones. Let's see, and all that stuff. So he's having someone follow Spider-Man. But anyway, as Norman Osborn is brought in, we get a little reference to the fact that let's see, where Willem Dafoe asks, Mary Jane MJ is like Mary Jane Watson, and she's like, no, Michelle Jones, and all that stuff. And I think a funny joke about Ned Fleek's wondering is like, are there Ned leads in other universes? Not realizing he's the first one in in live action.
This pisses me off even more, but we'll get to that.
Yes. Yeah.
More of that.
Oh, I have an idea what you mean. But this is where we finally get Sam Raimi villains starting talking to each other as Otto and Norman start conversing. And this is where Ark says that, reveals to that Norman Osborn that he died a few years back. With Norman Osborn thinking he's going crazy because, he's also got mechanical arms and all that stuff. Sandman reveals that both of them have died fighting Spider-Man a few years apart, which Doc Ock at first is like, no, wait, because it's like, I had Peter Parker right at the hand and all that stuff. And he's like, wait, was I about to die? And then Electro's like, as well as all that stuff, it's like, hey, I had Spider-Man on the ropes, and then it's like, wait, I was about to die. And then you got Kurt Connors or Lizard going like, Max, do you know if I die? And this is where Doctor Strange comes in. And this is where Peter Parker is starting having second thoughts of sending them home back to the universe straight away, because if he does that, some of them are about to die, and he doesn't want to be involved in their killings, and even if indirectly and all that stuff, or send them to their doom. But Doctor Strange is like, that's their fate. If they die, if you will. He's about to send them back with a cube box where the spell is, and it's about to press a button there. However, Spider-Man, takes it and tries to get away from Doctor Strange, and they have a bit of a sort of fight, if you will, in the Mirrorverse, where you got all these Doctor Strange special effects kind of thing, until eventually Peter Parker is able to somehow win the fight due to Ritzy using physics, is able to trap. Geometry and all that stuff.
Geometry.
Ends up stealing his Ritzy teleport ring thingy, and escapes with the cube thing, while Stephen Strange is stuck there for at least for a bunch of hours. 30 hours, I believe he said. We finally came back.
12 hours.
Oh, 12 hours. My mistake there.
Half a day.
So with Peter back and telling his friends what had happened, gives them the cube and to go hide somewhere, while he'll take the villains with Aunt May to back to Harpy's apartment and see if he can try and help them before send them back to their universes. Though Let's see though. Though, if Peter does say if MJ, if anything happens and all that stuff, press the button on your own judgment if you don't get a call. So, oh yeah, this is probably actually where they're getting followed by the J. Jonah Jameson's guy and all that stuff. So all the villains are in Happy's apartment, where it's revealed that a device that it's storage for Stark Tech is a sort of like device that allows them to like I've forgotten what they called it.
It's a fabricator.
Yeah, fabricator, or the sort of DX Machina, or if you will.
Stark is all about Deus Ex Machinas.
Yeah.
It helps solve problems. Yes.
Yeah. Or the Chuck Givies gun, if you will, from earlier, is a device that allows Peter Parker to make all the things he needs to help cure all the villains, in which he's working with Norman Osborn for this bit because he said, I'm sort of a scientist myself, as a sort of like Easter egg.
Cue Captain America. I get that. I got that reference.
To try and repair the thing, in which as he managed to get all the villains up there, mostly because it's like they don't want to be dealing with Doctor Strange, and well, Sandman wants to go and find his daughter and all that stuff, and the rest don't want to die. So, granted, the Lizard stays inside Aunt May's feast shelter van thing, though does spook a few people when he moves and all that stuff. So anyway, so Peter sort of like, you sort of get like Peter bonding with Norman Osborn there, while you get some interactions between Sandman and Electro about their powers and all that stuff, where, because Max has gotten like a new, more of a Jamie Foxx look than the nerdy look he had in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Careful where you fall.
Okay, yeah, okay. That's fair enough. With like those two interacting with him, with T Electro really liking how his powers work in this universe, while Octavius is just complaining because he has like his like mechanical arms are controlling his like personality and all you will. So they decide to fix Doc Ock first, in which they succeed in creating the chip that restrained the mechanical arms from controlling Doc Ock and giving him bad thoughts, if you will. So it looks like things are working, while at the same time, Peter is putting a sort of electrical device on Electro to eventually depower him and all that stuff, as long as he doesn't take it off. I should probably also mention that Electro is also fascinated by the power from like the Stark's device to possibly increase his own.
The arc reactor?
Yeah, the arc reactor. Sorry, I keep forgetting that. Now, just as things seem to be going well, Peter Parker's Spidey sense, and I refuse to call it the Peter Tingle. Let's see, because I am.
It sounds like he's going to the bathroom.
Yeah. Well, let's see. He starts to sense that something goes wrong and realizes it's Norman Osborn as he tries to web him, and it's revealed that the Goblin persona has now taken over Osborn, as he now no longer wants to doesn't want to doesn't want Osborn to be cured of him and all that stuff. Just as Octavius has just gone back to his normal self, so he causes a bit of chaos, in which results in Electro taking off the straining bolt device, depower device, and grabbing the arc reactor, and Sandman no longer trusting anyone here. It tries to escape and all that stuff. And then the Lizard breaking out of his van, which J. Jonah Jameson arrives. With the whole there's dinosaurs in New York. Skirmishes happen inside the building, particularly mainly between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin. Aunt May tries to help and inject the serum to try and cure Osborn, but it doesn't work. And ends up being, I believe, if I recall, impaled by the glider a bit. Or at least stabbed. I'm trying to remember what it was exactly.
Ran over,
yeah. And at first,
he got hit with enough force to cause internal bleeding.
Yeah, and yeah.
Internal. I thought he was looking at his glove and it had blood. So
yeah. Yeah. Peter Parker is starting to think that he was wrong to try and help them, but Aunt May says, with great power comes great responsibility, and we finally get that phrase in the MCU Spider-Man movie.
Let's just cut Uncle Ben out entirely.
Well, actually, Uncle Ben, I'll get to it later, but Uncle Ben does actually exist in the MCU because his luggage case was in there, and it's been confirmed in other things. Not to mention in What If, let's see, episode 5, let's see, where, it's the Marvel Zombies episode. Peter Parker mentions Uncle Ben there. So Uncle Ben does exist in this universe, but they just never bring him up when it comes to the films. But anyway, just as it looked like Aunt May looks okay at first, Peter starts to notice the bleeding and tries to get call for someone to call an ambulance and all that stuff because police are all outside there. And she ends up dying. And pretty much you have Peter Parker at his lowest point, and with J. Jonah Jameson. Let's see, being there and seen and all that stuff. He twists it against Spider-Man, saying wherever he goes, he's a menace and all that stuff. Which clearly has probably killed any chance of him going into college and all that stuff. As the villains are out there causing havoc. Meanwhile, you have MJ and Ned Leeds at Ned Leeds' house. MJ about to press the button, but Ned Leeds says, wait for Peter Parker. And as he's fiddling with Doctor Strange's magic ring thing, he ends up, revealing, because he's been wondering whether or not he himself was magic from earlier from the film, ends up managing to open a portal, and at first they see there Peter Parker Spider-Man, but it's none other than the amazing Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield, that appears with people, I think, clearly in my cinema going gaps and all that stuff, and I assume in your cinemas going whoa!
Actually, I saw the matinee version, so I was the only one in the theater.
You lucky. Well, no, I mean, I had some people for my second viewing. But I did
stand up and clap, I'll tell you that.
You stood up and clapped?
I didn't see the matinee version. I actually saw it at 2 in the afternoon or 3 in the afternoon. So there were, I wouldn't say a sizable audience, but there was enough people in there that
I saw 4 days after opening. So what? Did it come out on Thursday?
It came out on a Thursday. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I went on Monday. So yeah, I went and saw it 4 days after. There was some people when I saw it, so there were some cheers, but it obviously wasn't as loud as if you were to watch clips on YouTube that showed opening night.
Oh yeah.
Without actually showing the spoilers themselves, they just showed the applause.
I saw some of those audience reactions. Though, to be fair, not after I've seen the movie for the first time and all that stuff. So it's I supported the movie before looking at any spoilers. Even though YouTube kept recommending them to me, but so at first they're like, "Wait, are you Peter Parker or not?" And they try to get him to prove it with MJ throwing, some dessert things at him, and say, "Do the sort of Peter tingle," even though I, said it would be Spider Sense, which he says, "Yeah, I do that," and then eventually proves them by walking on walls and then cleaning the webs for Ned Leeds' mother, and eventually they try the portal again, and this time Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, or Peter Parker technically, comes through and say hello everyone and all that stuff. And you get a bit of a... Sorry, you about to say something, James?
Looking a little bit rugged.
Yeah, clearly showing that he's a bit older and all that stuff. Yeah. You get a bit of a web thing towards each other and all that stuff. And eventually they realize they need to go find, the MCU's Peter Parker, because he's clearly...
I have to say, I did find the jokes a little funny.
Yeah.
Prove that you're Spider-Man. And he just sits on this Andrew Garfield.
How is this not proof?
Can you go get that spider web?
Fine.
Yeah. And and also, let's see, them asking like, okay, where does your Peter Parker go to get away from it all? And eventually, like,
kind of defeats the whole secret identity.
yeah. Let's see, and then let's see what building they go to, like Empire State or like blah blah blah. Eventually, Ned and MJ go to where Peter is, which reveals to be like the high school bit where they were staying earlier when they're trying to get away from everyone, and telling them that
the Pentagon? I thought it was the Pentagon. I don't remember where it was.
They're high school. I mean, the Pentagon's in Washington, they're in New York. I'm sorry, but you're American. You should know your geography.
Requires Spider-Man. Where do you go to let loose? I used to go to the World Trade. The Empire State Building.
World Trade Centers.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
hey, that's the Empire State Building was from the Spider-Man game.
But anyway, MJ and Ned Leeds came to consolidate Peter and also revealed that there are 2 other Spider-Men here. That stuff. And after a bit of talk of them trying to say, like, oh, we know how you're going through, like, with, like, Sam Raimi's Peter Parker is like, I lost my Uncle Ben and all that stuff. And finally you get Uncle Ben mentioned in it's the MCU Spider-Man movie. And then you have, like, Andrew Garfield going, like, for me, it was Gwen Stacy, my sort of MJ, if you will. And talk about, let's see, what they're going through. And eventually, Peter is able to be persuaded to end up helping them and all that stuff. And how to cure the villains after revealing that, besides Aunt May, we're talking about great power comes responsibility. They also got the same lessons, though, granted from their uncles. And eventually, the three team up to try and go into the lab to try and create cures for all of them, including Norman Osborn. And here we get a few like sort of funny moments and some insight to what's been going on with the Spider-Man. For example, Ned Leeds asks Peter, like, so do you have a best friend in your universe? He's like, I did, but he died in my arms after trying to kill me and all that stuff. And it's like, which kind of spooks out Ned Leeds because he's like wondering, oh my God, was this his Ned Leeds? And even tries to stay away from his Peter for a bit because he's worried the same thing might happen with him. And eventually, like, just before, I'm not going to turn into a supervillain and try to kill you. After when he was revealed to learn magic from his and all that stuff. And interesting, you get a little insight when Peter, MCU Peter and Michelle Jones, being, of course, a couple and all that stuff. Which makes Andrew Garfield sad because of what happened to his Gwen Stacy. And here we learn from, like, Sam Raimi Spider-Man is that eventually him and his MJ, Mary Jane Watson, eventually, after a couple of rough patches, made everything work in the end. So that's nice to know.
But it was kept pretty vague.
Yeah.
So you don't get the full story of Raimi's Spider-Man.
Yeah. But,
I'm assuming he's just talking about Spider-Man 3, so probably married now, maybe. I know we don't see a ring, but he's got the suit, so we don't know.
Anyway, but I guess it's more for like overall thoughts and other discussion things. But anyway, after like a few jokes about how Andrew's like, oh, I already cured like lizards before and all that stuff, and then Peter Parker web shooters, and then Tobey Maguire revealing that he has organic webs, which makes them both like the other two Spider-Man like, whoa, and all that stuff. And then eventually they go to try and lure the villains out by the Statue of Liberty, and not before Peter doing a video call message to J. Jonah Jameson as a way of luring the villains in, saying that, okay, it's my fault they're here, and I tried to help you guys, so come get me and all that stuff. And let's see, as you have the three Spider-Man trying to prepare, while Ned Leeds and MJ are in a portal and all that stuff, on standby, waiting to close and all that stuff before the villains show up. We get a bit of a nice talk about between the Spider-Men where Tobey Maguire tells Andrew Garfield, you're amazing and all that stuff, and then them asking like, okay, how is it you're able to do like the web shooters and the organic webbing and all stuff? Because like we're curious, because that would save us so much hassle.
Didn't they call it like fluids? Like this is like awkward. They made it like an awkward. Like, oh, how do you get your spider fluids?
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this. I don't feel comfortable. Sometimes it doesn't come out because of
you make
stress.
webs in your entire body.
And eventually they talk a little bit about the villains they fought, like Tobey Maguire mentioning how he fought an alien symbiote. Let's see, Andrew Peter, let's see, MCU one, talking about how he fought a purple alien in space. With like Andrew Garfield, like, I just fought a guy in a mecha rhino suit.
Can I fight an alien, guys?
I'm sorry, what was that, Mangareader?
I said, can I fight an alien, guys?
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. And this is where at least Sandman, Lizard, and Electro show up. And you get each of the Spider-Man villains fighting one of the villains, at least. If I recall, you had, at first, Andrew Garfield fighting Electro, MCU Peter fighting Lizard, and Tobey Maguire fighting Sandman. And this is where Ned Leeds fails to try and close the portal, which I think results in him and MJ being trapped in the Embassy to the Statue of Liberty, which I forgot to mention is being added to it as a Captain America shield, because he is probably presumed either dead or the public at least thinks he's dead. I know it's not really clear at this point. Last we see him, of course, being an old man.
I think the only thing that was ever discussed was very loosely on the radio, but we weren't really sure what the hell they were talking about.
Well, so, let's see. I mean, if you watch Falcon and Winter Soldier, some conspiracies that he's on the show is that he's up in the moon or something. Let's see, but anyway. So the Spider-Man at first struggle because they don't yet know how to work as a team, but MCU Peters is like, before they end up starting to name each other as Peter 1, Peter 2, and Peter 3. Anyway, let's see, the MCU Spider-Man or Peter 1 ends up saying, you know what, just follow my lead and all that stuff. And for working in a team before, I've been a part of the Avengers, and they're like, the other two are like, okay, that's great. What's that, a band? Because their universe does not have Avengers. So eventually they start working as a team a bit, and they start to cure the villains one by one. First, Sandman, with like, you can finally get a moment between Flint Marko and Tobey Maguire. Let's see, Lizard ends up being cured. Let's see, by Andrew Garfield, I think. Or was it MCU 2?
It was MCU.
Yeah, MCU. Sorry, my mistake there.
Because Andrew cured Electro.
Oh, yeah. Though not before Electro, due to like, was able to first overpower them and all that stuff. Ends up, it looked like getting assisted by Dark Ark, but instead revealed that the chip is still working inside him and is able to like plant the, ends up, taking the device off him and all that stuff, allowing Peter Parker to like depower Electro with him down and all that stuff. So it's like, 4 out of 5 of the villains cured, and you get a few moments and all that stuff particularly between Tobey Maguire and Willem Dafoe. Dark Ark and all that stuff, because they know each other and they're much more friendly again and all that stuff. So sort of reminiscing like what happened to them with Spider-Man 2, but this time, him alive. While Peter Parker, Amazing Spider-Man, reveals himself to like Electro, of him like, I thought you were black, man. It was kind of hoping it was black. And making a quick reference like, okay, there's got to be some sort of black Spider-Man out there in the multiverse.
Which is kind of interesting, because if Electro still doesn't know what Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker looked like Then how does he know Peter Parker is? I don't know. That one's really confusing to me.
Let's see. For mine, let's see. We'll get more into discussions about that later because there's a few things I've heard about the film, and at least production, at least.
There's always got to be one plot hole in a Marvel movie.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, but yeah.
If there ain't no plot holes in the movie, it's not an MCU.
If it's not the MCU. Time travel.
Let's see.
We don't talk about
that made sense to me, but we're not getting into that. Anyway, so it looks like most of all the villains are cured except for like Norman Osborn. He finally before he shows up, you get Doctor Strange appearing at last. Let's see, though. Granted, thanks to Ned Leeds, and he's like, 12 hours I was in there. And then he ends up meeting the other two Spider-Man, and then Peter says, like, this is the wizard I was telling you about. And the Spider-Man, not knowing the full contents of where he's been gone, is like, were you this entire time? You finally get Norman Osborn's Green Goblin arriving in his new design and all that stuff. Using a goblin bomb to, like, cause an explosion. Destroying the device that kept, like, Peter Parker's spell in check. Creating cracks across the universe, or at least around the sky, with all kinds of villains that Spider-Man knows who Peter Parker is. Peter Parker, and you see like multiple versions of the Scorpion, Hydro Man, Electro, Green Goblin, Dark Ark, Rhino, all sort of silhouettes of all that stuff. Since the multiverse, infinite possibilities, infinite possible villains knowing who Peter Parker Spider-Man is. And during this, let's say, scuffle, MJ ends up falling off like the Statue of Liberty, and of course MCU Peter tries to save her, but gets knocked by the Goblin's glider, while Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man jumps in and saves MJ, and you sort of get like a sort of emotional moment where Andrew Garfield is just thinking to himself, "I actually did it this time." Because we all know what happened in Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Tom Holland tries to save MJ.
Yeah.
Fails. Andrew Garfield tries to save MJ. Succeeds. Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. I missed the part where that's my problem.
Well, that's because Toby has never failed.
But anyway, I think he was trying to get some of the other, now depowered villains out of the crashing Derbis and all that stuff. But anyway, eventually you have, MCU Spider-Man and Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin fighting out fist to fist, and it was revealed that he's not trying to cure Norman Osborn, he's here to kill him. And they fight a bit to the death, if you will, with Peter giving Norman Osborn quite the battering. So eventually he's about to try and use his own glider to stab him. But Tobey Maguire steps in and stops him before doing it. No, does get stabbed from behind by the Goblin with his own blades inside his arm, but from his arm. With then Tobey Maguire Andrew Garfield Spider-Man passing the Goblin cure to MCU Spider-Man and eventually able to inject it with him, ridding the Goblin and Norman Osborn's back, and then just sort of realizing, wait, what did I do? And all that stuff when he sees how his Peter wounded and all that stuff. Now, clearly we see that regardless of what happens, Tom Holland still has not forgiven Willem Dafoe, but he has bigger issues to worry about as Doctor Strange is trying to hold all these villains from coming in and all that stuff. But Tom Holland, Spider-Man, or Peter 1, if you will, tries to ask, is there anything you can do to redo your spell again? But he says, no, he can't. But then, not with how it was originally going. But then he ends up Peter 1 ends up suggesting, can you make everyone in the universe forget Peter Parker exists and all that stuff? And Doctor Strange saying, if you do that, everyone will forget you and all that stuff. And Peter says he's willing to make that sacrifice and own up to his, responsibility of his mess, making all this mess. And this is where Stephen allows Peter to call him Stephen again and all that stuff when he said sir. Assuming that they sort of mended their friendship for a while before, Peter Parker before he forgets Peter Parker. Anyway, let's see. Tom Holland Spider-Man starts to make his goodbyes with both with the other two Spider-Man, who probably should mention that Tobey Maguire says when Andrew Garfield asked Tobey Maguire Spider-Man, is like, "Are you okay?" And he says "Yeah, I've been stabbed before," showing just how incredible Sam Raimi's Spider-Man's endurance is as usual. They say their goodbyes and hugs to each other. Glad to have met each other and all that stuff. While hold on. MCU Spider-Man ends up going to Ned Leeds and MJ saying that, everything's been taken care of, but they're going to lose their memories of him, which they don't really want that. And they're upset, but he promises that he will find them and then we'll try and reveal everything to them. And you get a bit of a nod with MJ saying you better, because otherwise I'm just going to go figure it out again for myself. And so he ends up leaving the scene as Strange casts the spell. The villains and the Spider-Man from the other universes head back to the universe, while you get to see MJ and Ned Leeds appearing to look in the sunset, losing their memories, if you will. As some time has passed, as we can tell from Joe Jameson's narration about what happened in the Statue of Liberty, and Spider-Man, no one knows his identity, and saying how he's a masked menace, if you will. Sort of a reset on Spider-Man's reputation, if you will. Anyway, Peter Parker heading to MJ's workplace, trying to plan out what he wants to say to them. It's hi, you might not know me, I'm Peter Parker, if you will. And it looks like at first MJ might remember him, but it's actually Ned Leeds, and they both end up revealing to be an MIT. Peter Parker is trying to tell him his identity is, because they look so happy and all that stuff, but notices wound that MJ had from the fight. Decides that for their own safety, it's best that they forget him and he remains distant as he ends up leaving and all that stuff. And just collecting coffee, which I think has some sort of reference to the events that have gone on and all that stuff. But anyway, Peter Parker ends up revealing that going to Aunt May's grave, and and there meets Happy, who's upset. Who's also mourning, who was at first seemed to be arrested by the police earlier for May Parker's death, and not May Parker's death, but for just arriving on the scene there and seemingly being involved with Spider-Man there, if you will. Ends up here to pay his respects to May. Doesn't know who Peter is, and he just hears that he's that he knows Aunt May from their mutual friend Spider-Man and all that stuff. Anyway, Peter eventually goes to his now run-down apartment, which he's got all this sort of stuff, though he does have the coffee mug he got from MJ and the Lego Palpatine that he had with Ned Leeds and his Death Star. To remind him of the things they went through together, as well as some gritty sewing stuff to reveal that he's made a new costume for himself, and also some online and textbooks and all that stuff, revealing that he's to do his uni degree, he's going to do it from one or more online courses rather than attend an actual college, if you will. And he's also got a radio set up for to get crime and all that stuff and one going on. So he hops in his new Spider-Man costume, starts swinging around, and voila, end of the film. Now, before that, of course, like with every MCU movie, we get some post-credit scenes, and as we know, the Venom Eddie Carnage teased, Eddie Brock was going to be in this film somehow. We end up getting a post-credit scene of where
him being in the film, kinda. What a waste. This is just like when they brought in Fox's version of Quicksilver in WandaVision. Because all he ends up doing is apparently recapping events that happen in the MCU to the bartender. And then he gets sent back.
Yeah. No, not before
Yeah.
like a few.
He
Yeah.
got drunk, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
with a piece of the Venom suit left behind
yeah.
for
Oh, yeah.
Secret
Eddie Brock would
Wars.
be good with
Yes.
Simpsons.
Yeah, with some with a few jokes about how he raised some of my family members for 5 years, and others of them like, can I please bite off his head and all that stuff before disappearing? And like, oh, hey, you didn't pay your tab, kind of thing. But yeah,
Yep. Lame.
a piece of symbiote there, implying what is in store for web slinger in the MCU.
Yep. All setting up for Secret Wars.
Yeah, as well as. Let's see, at the very end of the film, instead of another post-credit scene, we get a teaser to the Doctor Strange and the Madness of the Multiverse, where it's revealed that the villain, besides, besides Scarlet Witch appearing there, referencing the bits of WandaVision, sort of, as well as, the ally Doctor Strange had in the first film, but then turned enemy at the end of it, revealing that the biggest threat of the universe is him, and reveals that the bad guy for the Madness of the Multiverse is an evil version of Strange, which I believe may be the version from the What If version. All that stuff.
Probably.
Well,
Could
there goes
be.
the time zone.
Doubt it.
Time zone.
But who knows? Which may or may not make that, watching the What If much more important than people would led to believe. But anyway. But that ends the
We
film.
wouldn't know.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and you just spent exactly 1 hour talking about it.
Yeah.
1 hour.
An hour.
1 hour of us being relatively silent, and you doing all the talking.
Wow,
1 hour of this
What an
was
hour.
wasted of you summarizing the film.
The
Well, to
whole
be
film.
fair,
1 hour
The
was wasted of people's time. They
2.5
could have gone
hour
home,
film.
got some gas, go get some groceries, made a doctor's appointment. No. The people who are watching this live just spent an hour listening
Listening to the
to
whole
you
movie.
recap this entire film.
Okay, fine, I get it.
That's excellent.
And let's not forget, you're in a way later time zone than this. You think you of all people would have a bigger incentive to wrap up this podcast as fast as you can. Oh
Okay.
no, I want to stay up until 8 o'clock in the morning just talking about this film. How should I do that? Let's recap the movie. Oh, well, we're not gonna recap it quick. Ooh, no. We're gonna do this slowly.
Literally
Okay,
Slowly.
I got. Okay,
Stop! He's already dead.
okay, I will admit, I ended up talking a lot longer than I was hoping for. I was at least hoping 30 minutes. I admit, I got too into it.
Well, that's what
I
happens when
apologize.
you recap the whole movie.
Let's see. Though to be fair, guys did say comments in between and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
2
yeah, well, you know.
or 3.
But anyway, now we can finally talk about our overall opinions and all that stuff. So, what do you guys think of the film?
Oh my god!
Jesus, I thought I was harsh on Blue Star.
Oh, we'll do this.
You guys really.
I mean,
Wow.
he's the host here. He made the conscious decision to do this for an hour.
That's it.
He has no one to blame but himself.
All right. Yes. But, okay.
What did I think of this movie? Well, as far as Spider-Man movies go, it is definitely a step up in this MCU trilogy so far. And I say so far because the ending of this movie, it kind of leaves a back door for a soft reboot on Spider-Man should Sony and Disney butt heads once again. Because now Peter Parker is completely forgotten. No one knows who he is. He could just as easily leave his universe and someone else can take the role of Spider-Man just as easily. But who, I might add, who might take that mantle? who in the Marvel Universe might take the mantle of Spider-Man? Could it be Ben Reilly, his clone? Could it be Miles Morales, his Spanish black equivalent? And I say equivalent with air quotes, by the way, because he is a completely different character. Or could we go option number 3Z and introduce Gwen Stacy as Ghost Spider? Ooh, the possibilities are endless.
Well,
But in all seriousness, yeah, that the ending of the movie, I don't know. I didn't exactly like the fact that he just, is now completely forgotten as Peter Parker. It's
In
like
many
not even
ways-
it's like not even Happy knows who he is, and that's just sad.
well, seeing as how Marvel wants to turn every single one of their male superheroes into a woman, like what they're doing with Jane Foster before, I'm gonna go with Spider-Gwen. That's where my money is.
Spider-Gwen. Why not
Well,
Silk?
I do know Tom Holland has expressed interest in like Gwen Stacy Spider-Man woman taking over after him.
Yeah, no one likes Silk, the Korean girl that also got bit by the same radioactive spider. What the heck, guys?
Well, to be fair, Dan Slott did not make the very best first impression.
Change that
Of course.
Korean to Chinese,
Yeah,
and we can start talking.
yeah.
Plus, also, there's still that Disney Plus show on the way about his first years as Spider-Man.
I know. I'm just saying.
So
no one
we don't.
likes
So we
Silk.
don't know
Everyone
who's.
wa- everyone
So we
wants to
don't
go
know
for the
who. So we
blind
don't
girl.
know. We don't know who's going to be part of that field trip. Maybe Cindy Moon will be in the background, and who knows?
Whoever.
All I do know is, as much as I do like this movie, the ending just kind of rubs me the wrong way. Because,
you don't like Spider-Man being the tragic hero that he is, that always takes on the hard decisions that no one else would want to?
I don't like the subtext of, this is just in case Disney doesn't want to work with us anymore.
Now, granted, from
Because
what I
we would rather much use the. It's like we would rather much use Tom Holland in our universe than just share him. And Disney's all like, ugh. We spent a lot of money trying to get him in here, and we're gonna damn well keep him in here.
Well, yeah, I think Disney still has more Spider-Man movies planned anyway.
Yeah, they do. But
yeah, and from what Kevin Feige implied, that there's not going to be any more worries about falling out like last time and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
let's see. But yeah,
I guess the real speculation.
Otherwise, nitpicky stuff. Yes, writers, we know that you have seen what the internet has turned the Sam Raimi movies into. Don't make Willem Dafoe say, you know what, I'm something of a scientist myself, without a proper build up to that.
The memes.
You just having him randomly blurt out that line is cringe. It's not funny.
It's cringe, man.
So,
the cringe is
you found
real.
it cringy.
Well, that instance, and like I said, it's nitpicky at best. Like, really, you're gonna pick on that? Yes, people, I am. I like that Sandman didn't immediately just start trying to fight him, because in the Raimi movies, he wasn't exactly a bad guy. He was just a guy in a terrible situation.
Yeah.
Well, the way it ended, yeah, for him, obviously he went off in the distance because Peter forgave him. So it was like, yeah. I think the only thing that was weird about Sandman, I was just going to say the weird thing about Sandman is why he even teamed up with the villains at the end, because they didn't want to go back, and he did want to go back.
Yeah. Also, kudos to this movie for trying to give us realistic comic book designs for Electro and the Green Goblin. Because, Green Goblin started out as a dude in a hood. And here's how you make Willem Dafoe look scary in a hood. And then, Electro well,
I thought it was Hobgoblin.
Yeah. I don't know.
You don't even know.
I know that there's some iterations in the comic book where Green Goblin is just him wearing the mask, but he has his hood up.
Yeah.
Also, the way they handle in the comic books, Electro just has this weird electric mask, which, yeah, it works in the comic books, doesn't really translate well into film. And I like the workaround that they did for that. Like every time he shoots off electricity, that mask goes up briefly.
Yeah, I remember. I don't even know why I'm saying I remember. I read comments about that. It's like, it's pretty corny for what Spider-Man was like 60s, maybe even 50s or something like that. But yeah, they were saying that was pretty corny. For that mask thing. So the fact that they made it more when he's shooting off his energy bolts or whatever you want to call them, electricity.
Right.
Then it is what it is. No, that was pretty interesting as well, because I mean, the Amazing Spider-Man went for his more ultimate level design, I'm assuming.
Yes, the ultimate version design.
Yep. Also, I did like that. Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire got a decent amount of screen time. Obviously, not as much as the villains, but this could have just easily been, the last 30-minute, the last 15 minutes of the movie could have been dedicated to them. But the fact that they had at least 40 minutes worth of screen time, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, that did.
I think
kudos. Yeah, I didn't expect them to have like a storyline kind of, so to speak, with Peter, but when they showed up, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, from the way the trailers were marketed, it's because, well, face it, the trailers made it pretty obvious that, let's see, the fight scene.
Obviously, the trailers were going to not show that.
Yeah, but let me just let's see, because when it has that final shot of Spider-Man fighting three villains, people notice that, okay, Lizard looks like he's being kicked or something, or looks like he's fighting someone else with the way he's moving. So that was a bit obvious, but the way the trailer was implying it is that when the moment was like Doctor Strange saying like, "There's no way of stopping them from coming through," that's what many people thought. Okay, this is when the Spider-Man are going to show up, last second, join up and fight and all that stuff. But no, we got a few more character moments which allowed time for them to interact and all that stuff.
Yep.
I guess that should have made sense, but yeah, obviously, I think a lot of us going into it were thinking that maybe they would just kind of show up at the end to help Peter, because it looked like it was going to be 1-on-5.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they couldn't just throw in one of the MCU villains and make it an actual 6.
Yeah, this is like one thing I miss. Like, Ritzy, I love that they brought back all these villains and all that stuff. Like one main villain from each of the previous 5 Spider-Man films that Sony made and all that stuff. It's like this is like the perfect opportunity you had to bring in the Sinister Six. I mean, it's something which Sony tried to do with that Amazing Spider-Man universe and all that stuff, but
Sony tried to do it also with I think Spider-Man 4 was supposed to be the Sinister Six.
I think from that one was supposed to be the Vulture as the villain, and I think possibly Black Cat appearing, and maybe Mysterio.
I know that Mysterio was retroactively in Spider-Man 4, Mysterio would have been retroactively Bruce Campbell. Like, I was a wrestling announcer, then a waiter, then a wrestling announcer, then a usher, and then a maitre d'. Like, how do you think I could switch up the how do you think I could how do you think I could switch over jobs that well? It's because I was wearing disguises or fooling people.
I was
another watcher.
So it would have been cool if, I don't know, they could have if they were going to find a way to have all the villains come back from different points in time, they could have found a way to, have Mysterio from an earlier point in the timeline come back, but they didn't want to do that. So that would have been an awesome.
Or perhaps maybe even use either, let's see,
I mean, they could have used the
Venom.
Vulture if they really wanted to, because he was.
Yeah,
still
I have to
alive.
admit, when the because I know everyone says like, "Oh, this is Marvel's plan all along," created in like this part 3 origin story for Spider-Man, where he becomes properly Spider-Man. Where no, I don't think that was the case, as the Homecoming post-credit scenes imply that you're gonna get the Vulture coming back in somehow, possibly teaming up with the Scorpion and maybe some other villains that have also been put in there by the time then.
Holy crap!
Because-
I just realized we could have had Scorpion. Damn, that sucks.
I mean, I know he was teased in the purple smoke. I say purple smoke, but like when I definitely saw Kraven the Hunter, Rhino, and Scorpion.
Yeah.
I know I definitely saw those guys. There might have been other guys in that purple smoke that Doctor Strange, as he was trying to close the universes off.
Speaking of Kraven, apparently before the plot of this film was revealed and stuff, there were in order to get, I think, misdirect people, there were talks about how the third Spider-Man movie was going to be involving Kraven the Hunter, but it was from Wakanda rather than from Russia.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that rumor. I do remember that rumor. It was very brief, though.
Yeah.
Kraven would have been a boring ass. Yeah.
Well, apparently Sony's trying to make a Kraven movie for their Venom.
Yeah, they're trying to make some weird Spider-Man.
You know what they could have did?
Yeah. So anyone want to just what?
I said, you know what they could have did?
What?
Bring in Waterman.
Hydro Man. To make Mudman.
His original name is Waterman.
I don't believe you, but okay.
As far as
Kraven, be an illusion of have him being an illusion of Mysterio, but could have actually made him an actual character.
Of course they could have.
So he was there, but they could have made him like a real person instead of just an illusion. In fact, you could have had him.
It would have been interesting considering we had
Bloodman, which was an actual villain.
Right.
Yeah, because they fused between Sandman and Hydro Man. But
as far as Kraven goes, I don't know how exactly he might work either in a solo movie or as a antagonist to another Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Because really, his shtick in the comic books is that. Like his shtick in the comic books is that he's just, Spider-Man is the ultimate hunt. As if there aren't any other superheroes he might want to try and stab. Captain
America. I don't think there's any like animal themed. Well, I can't really remember any too. I mean, Wolverine, I guess maybe, but that'd be well out of his league because Wolverine would kill him immediately.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, this is probably why Kraven the Hunter has always been regarded as more of like a minor B villain and all that stuff that occasionally appeared and all that stuff, but didn't really get any big recognition or fame.
Spider-Man a challenge, but yeah, I mean, Spider-Man is notorious for holding back, so
yeah. But Kraven didn't become extremely popular or talked about in Spider-Man until Kraven's The Last Hunt came out. Which, funny enough,
Kraven's best moments were either in the animated TV show from the 90s or that random pick for Shattered Dimensions.
Well, yeah, but I'm
referring to weird that he was the first villain in Shattered Dimensions.
But I'm assuming you know about Kraven's The Last Hunt, Mangareader?
I do know what Kraven's Last Hunt was, Blue.
Yeah.
I do know what it was.
Okay.
And it was when Peter went onto his more darker path situation.
It's more of like Kraven, finally decides to try and prove himself better than the Spider. Seemingly makes it look like he's killed him and taken over his mantle, tries to beat a villain.
Well, yes.
And then afterwards, when he thinks he's proven his worth and all that stuff, shoots himself. And that was
Blue. Blue, I don't think you understand when Mangareader says he knows what what his last hunt is.
Okay.
Like he knows.
Okay,
You
sorry.
don't
Okay.
have to. You don't have to explain
Repeat
stuff
everything.
Okay, well, at
Our
least I.
to
audience
someone
knows.
who knows it.
Okay,
Shadow
fine. Okay,
knows.
okay, fine.
Who
Okay,
knows?
whatever. But yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how Craven would work in his own solo verse. Then again, I didn't think Morbius would have been anyone important at all, and he's getting his own.
He probably
his
would be
own
better
damn
in the
thing.
TV series fighting Punisher or even Daredevil.
Right.
Usually he fought Blade though, didn't?
So sometimes he fought Blade.
Fought
Yeah.
everybody. He basically fought everybody. Everybody was a challenge to him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I believe. Let's see.
Stupid
Blade
vampire
is getting his
stuff.
own movie. I think in the MCU. It's too bad that
He's getting a third chance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Blade's getting a third chance, huh?
Yeah. But anyway,
Sadly, he probably won't be played by Wesley Snipes. Too old at this point.
yeah. But
Yeah.
anyway,
It'll probably go to like Michael B. Jordan. He's usually the go-to.
anyway, but he's already been
the
Killmonger.
black guy for any black role in the Marvel universe.
The Human Torch.
Let's see. Anyway, but he's already been Killmonger. But anyway, getting back to the overall thoughts and all that stuff, I have to admit, let's see. In terms of, let's see, for me, in ranking these Spider-Man movies, I'd say this is probably the fourth best Spider-Man movie. For me, I think Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 1 are the definitive ones, and Into the Spider-Verse, which might just be better than Spider-Man 1 for me, but between it and Spider-Man 2, still up to debating on that. But I definitely say this has been definitely the best live-action Spider-Man movie since Spider-Man 2.
Spider-Man 3.
Oh, okay.
3 is heavily underrated, but
Ooh,
you know,
okay, that's an interesting take. But yeah,
I think he's just saying that to be controversial, but I do have to admit that whether or not he's being serious or not, I do think 3 is a little underrated.
but yeah,
Not
but
saying that it
I mean, kind of,
improves
sort
it,
of.
but-
I mean, kind of, sort of. If Sony didn't force Sam Raimi to put in Venom and just left, if he just left, what's his
left it
face
between Sandman and Green Goblin, or New Goblin in this case.
Yeah.
It could have worked.
Mhm.
Or
if
even
he left
if they
Eddie
did
Brock,
force Venom, they could have just introduced him earlier. Is
Right.
really what they should have did.
instead we just get 50 minutes or even like an hour of Eddie Brock and only 30 minutes of him as Venom. It's like, we see him be mean to Peter and Peter be mean back, and that's really about it.
Really, the
Like-
worst they could have done is if they were gonna still do what they did, they could have
Otherwise-
just had Brock escape and then be like the true villain for the next
Right.
movie. If they
But
were-
I still maintain that bridge scene is the worst scene in existence, bar none.
You will always stand by that. and
I
not
will
give you
always
the
stand by
right
that.
to-
And any scene that emulates that, I'm looking at you the last. I'm looking at you the last. Any scene that emulates that bridge scene automatically gets a D-. In creative writing 101.
That's funny.
I did like the fights between Peter and Doctor Strange in this movie. Definitely introducing the magic aspect,
Like a
turns
better
it up a
magic.
notch by a couple of notches. Yeah. And I especially like that Peter actually uses math to stop him. He's like, wait a minute, if I shoot my webs in this... Right, if I shoot my webs in this many directions, it'll stop him. And I'm like, yeah, that's actually pretty clever. That's something Peter would do.
and in many ways, it makes people realize, and it makes it believable for most of the audience to be like, yeah, Spider-Man could win this way because Doctor Strange is the guy that went toe-to-toe with Thanos, even if it's the one-on-one for a brief bit, even though he eventually did lose and all that stuff.
And, magic.
Yeah.
Which can literally do anything.
I'm gonna get
So the fact that...
Doctor Strange got his comeuppance after Loki.
After Loki.
I've been falling for 30 minutes. I've been over the Grand Canyon for 12 hours.
It's 12 hours.
In many ways, yeah. Well, let's see. From what we can tell with Loki, when whatever happens to him eventually happens to like a hero, like with what happened with him with Hulk, and then that happened with him with Fallen Hulk. Just like,
oh dear.
so,
That's
who knows?
right.
Perhaps if Loki was there, he'd probably be like, "Yes, that's how it feels."
See, that's
Peter
what should
almost
have
went
been.
through that. Yeah.
That's what should have been the end, the very end credit scene. He should have been. It should have been a shot of him watching a television screen inside that dimension of his, going, "Yes, yes, yes."
Finally.
Maybe that could be in Loki season 2. Just a random scene. And watching that going, yeah, now you know how it feels.
Now you know how it feels.
What's up? No, I'm sorry.
Peter would have almost went through that whole portal thing if it weren't for Strange putting his cape in to steal the box.
Right.
So yeah. So what do you make of J.K. Simmons' portrayal of J. Jonah Jameson? Everyone here.
It's always
I
the
mean,
same,
there's
whether or not
really-
yeah.
I mean, there's really no question that he plays a part as good as he can, but he's only got like 15 minutes of screen time at best. There's
It's
really
not
not
like
much.
Jameson is like this big character. Yeah.
Yeah, there's really not that much to him in this movie.
So out of curiosity, how do you guys feel about him becoming a sort of like self-parody of Alex Jones?
I mean, it's the MCU sticking their nose and trying to update the comic book mythos. So if J. Jonah Jameson isn't working at the Daily Bugle, printing out newspapers bashing Spider-Man, he's definitely trying to make his own podcast, where he can do that for free.
Yeah.
And just take a look at Spider-Man PS4, which came out 4 years ago.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the MCU
Where they-
suffers from the fact that there's no Oscorp, but obviously there's no Daily Bugle
Which
either. So.
apparently, I find that a bit weird because apparently back when the Avengers film first came out, let's see, Oscorp wasn't there in the background because Marvel and Sony did a deal to have that there and all that stuff.
It was about to be, but then Oscorp was going to be in there, about to be, because Sony was also filming Amazing Spider-Man at the same time. But the CG in both movies just had finished rendering, so they couldn't just add it in at the last minute.
Oh, okay.
Same thing with putting Avengers Tower in Amazing Spider-Man 1. They wanted to, but the CG was just done rendering, so they couldn't add it in at the last minute.
Can I just say how I love how the fact that we're calling the first movies of the franchise of their respective franchises like Spider-Man 1 or the Amazing Spider-Man 1, when really all you'd have to in theory say is Spider-Man and the Amazing Spider-Man, because there's really no numbers involved until the literally second episode or second movie. I just find that funny because it's just like since we're still bringing in out of referent anime things, it's like people that always say Super Saiyan 1 when all you have to say is just plain Super Saiyan. There's not
right.
It's like what's the whole 1 being added there?
Well, ever since I came up
what are you
with
saying
the
Super Saiyan 1 for?
But apparently you can have the power of Super Saiyan without actually going Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan, yeah. Well, yeah, the false Super Saiyan and all that shit. I know what you're talking about, too. Stupid anime episode that was filler.
Gohan is the strongest in the universe, but it still doesn't do crap.
Still doesn't do crap. Hey,
Anyway.
Gohan's getting a movie, guys.
Okay, that's going back to Spider-Man a
in the
bit. But
Spider-Man
anyway,
situation.
but I have to admit, with that piece of information, it makes you think if perhaps those CGI scenes of like Avengers Tower and Oscorp were able to follow through and all that stuff, it's possible
Maybe
we
we'd
might have
have
had
different stories.
Andrew Garfield as the Spider-Man in the MCU.
Yeah, we really could have.
I don't remember if it was thrown around that still could have been a thing, but
Mhm.
I think
I mean-
everyone after this kind of started to appreciate what Andrew Garfield did for Spider-Man, so to speak.
Yeah. Let's see, but yeah. So I definitely admit his performance in this film was great, and I do like how they gave him this sort of little mini character arc of saving. Let's see, MJ as like
saving MJ instead of to make a redemption for Gwen is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
yeah, it's sort of like his redemption for what happened with Gwen.
I mean, I think I remember seeing people like judge that just based on the trailer, even though it was Tom's hand that you actually saw there. So
Uh-huh.
some people didn't feel as shocked when that happened.
No,
But,
but nevertheless, you got people cheering all the same.
right. And I'm not saying it was a bad scene. I think it was pretty cool. I
Mhm.
think the thing about Garfield, though, is that it goes to show that for whatever reason, the Amazing Spider-Man just was written terribly.
Well,
It was Amazing Spider-Man 2. I think the
Yeah, the
Amazing
second-
Spider-Man was all right, but
Yeah.
the second movie was just absolutely horrific in terms of writing.
Well, from
Yeah.
what I can understand, it's because Sony was trying to really push their cinematic universe. So they're trying to get that film to build all that, let's see, cinematic universe world building, if you will.
Gee, doesn't that sound familiar?
Gee, man.
But yeah,
And we'll
and
never have
definitely
the
after
Incredible Hulk.
definitely after 2014, and there was no chance we would have gotten Andrew Garfield back in the role because he was fed up with it.
Well,
I thought
yeah,
that's because, let's see, Sony also fired him and all that stuff.
Well, that too. I mean, that
maybe they
definitely
did.
burned some bridges there.
Mm-hmm.
I would assume it was just because of how bad Amazing Spider-Man 2 went, but I mean, they kind of did what Spider-Man 3 did, but on a worse level.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
Like at least with Venom, you actually saw Venom do things. With Rhino, it was literally a throwaway ending scene.
Like
Like,
you
we
saw
didn't even
him.
get to see that, but yeah.
It's like you saw Paul Giamatti, and then at the end you saw Paul Giamatti in a Rhino robot suit,
mm-hmm.
and that's
shit.
it.
Yeah.
Let's see. Fair enough. So
And then
speaking
Goblin
of the,
was absolutely ridiculous.
yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway,
It was Harry.
Speaking of the, let's see, villains, what did you make of the villains that did appear in this film?
The lizard, the CG on him looked like ass. I'm sorry. I think Sony did a much better job back in 2012. I don't know what happened here. Maybe coronavirus, or maybe it was Disney doing things behind the scenes. But yeah, he just looked like ass in this. I'm sorry.
From what I understand, due to coronavirus, they couldn't really get, let's see, the Sandman actor.
Well, they
and
couldn't
the
get
lizard
Connors
actor.
or Sanders. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was
Yeah,
just
but-
their actors.
Yeah,
He's
that's just
talking
the
about
actors.
Mhm.
I'm talking about the CG on them.
Okay.
literally
The lizard in particular, he just looks terrible in this movie. Like
He did
in
look
some
kinda
scenes he's
weird
all
at
right, but for
times.
the most part, especially whenever he talks, it's just ass.
Okay.
I do admit that the sentiments there. I guess the reality is that because he was like so minuscule in terms of all the other villains, it's kind of weird that the lizard was mainly the most throwaway of the villains. Like Jamie Foxx being Jamie Foxx probably demanded that he get more type of things,
Right.
or maybe it was just because he's a bigger name that he got a more prominent-esque role. But obviously, William Dafoe and Green Goblin was just going to overtake everything.
Right.
But, I mean, Doc Ock was still pretty on point.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Alfred Molina
Even though he didn't really get to do too much.
Right. Alfred Molina probably gave them a thing, probably had some notes. And I do appreciate that they did bring in all the original actors. Obviously, Sandman and Lizard, they had to do voiceover and maybe some motion capture for Sandman, but definitely when he gets turned back, I even looked this up later because when I first watched it in the theaters, I thought, are they reusing Spider-Man 3 footage here? And as it turns out, they did because they had to.
Yeah, they couldn't get the actors to fly in because of restrictions and all that kind of crap. So that did kind of suck in the sense that it's like, oh, we didn't get to see Sandman, like, because even in the Spider-Man 3, it was never in sand form the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he was animated fairly well. That was kind of amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which is weird because you'd think Particles would be a lot more difficult to make sense of, but no, he was fine. Yeah, it's like you said, the lizard was kind of really choppy at times, and I don't know what the hell that was about.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, but for me, I definitely say the standout villain for this was definitely Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin, showing. I think not just because of the performance he made, because it's shows you just how terrifying the Green Goblin can be and all that stuff, but also how he was portrayed with like the sympathetic side of Norman Osborn, like help me, but of course the monstrous Green Goblin, but also because
Dafoe was always a damn good actor. So
yeah. But it's also the fact that, in many ways, you could say he's the definitive, actor for the Green Goblin, like J.K. Simmons is the definitive, J. Jonah Jameson. Now, granted, I hear that Stan Lee could have, at one point, wanted to try and portray J. Jonah Jameson because, well, this is apparently the character that's based most likely on himself when, he's like running a business and all that stuff, apparently.
Yeah, Steve Ditko just drew him as a caricature. And Stan Lee just liked it so much that he always wanted to play the part, but sadly he never got to.
Well,
I mean, the easiest it would have been was in the after credit scene for Into the Spider-Verse, where Spider-Man 2099 hops into the 67 cartoon.
Yeah.
He could have easily played him there, but they, for whatever reason, they didn't.
I'm told that was his voice that was used for that scene. I'm told it was actually his voice for that.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
It was a completely different actor.
Okay, so I guess those people got it wrong.
Completely different actor.
Okay.
I don't know if J.K. Simmons would be technically the definitive J. Jonah Jameson. I just know he loves playing the role so much that he'll literally come back for it whenever they offer it to him.
But yeah, anyway, let's see. But yeah,
his
going back
is
to
iconic. So
but yeah, but as back to Willem Dafoe again. Let's see. One thing that definitely sells the point of the Green Goblin is because he's the villain that, as we know in the comics and all that stuff, the Green Goblin is Spider-Man's arch nemesis, and we see in this film how he does that by, of course, being the one that affects him the most personally. And he does this here by doing both a sort of Uncle Ben and Gwen Stacy moment where where you have him killing a loved one, but it's Peter Parker's parental figure. So doing a sort of like a mix of the Aunt May, Gwen Stacy death, if you will. It's an Uncle Ben death, but with like Green Goblin killing someone he loves. Let's see. So yeah. In many ways, and not to mention, I do like the hand-to-hand fight scene they briefly had at the end, and like Steve said, I do like the costume change. Though, granted, I wonder if there should be more of a mask, different kind of mask for it. But it works because it's like Willem Dafoe is just that good and terrifying. Let's see. So, James, you've not yet said many of your thoughts on this film. Want to give him a say?
Like, what do you want to know?
Well,
what do you want to tell us?
Well, I've already broken this down to things I like, things I hated, pet peeves, and things that are confusing. And yeah, unlike Mangareader, I actually have an idea for an improvement.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
Well, the whole film was pretty good. nice seeing all the old actors come back and reprise their roles and still like being able to give the performance that we all expected, especially from the older movies. So Doc Ock and Green Goblin were perfect. Willem Dafoe, though, still an amazing actor, was able to pull off Green Goblin. Still 100% effect. We do eventually get the great power comes great responsibility line, which has basically been a staple with Spider-Man for a very long time.
It's pretty much the most famous lines in Spider-Man.
I think it's one of the most famous lines in all of fictional history.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It was really nice seeing Daredevil make an appearance, but it kind of confuses the audience a little because now you're like I said, mentioned earlier, like you don't know whether the TV series are canon now again, and now they're gonna play loose with it. And it's just like, oh well, there's pseudo canon, but it's different. But there's some things remain the same, and it's There's one scene that I really, really enjoyed. I don't know about you guys, but it really was heartfelt, and a part of me wants to believe that the scene was more than what we realize a face appearance. So when you have the three Spider-Man standing together and Tom Holland goes and hugs Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire and says thank you, a part of me wants to believe that he's not just saying thank you in character, but he's saying thank you that these two other actors paved the way for his Spider-Man to be real.
You're going to talk about Garfield's I Love You then? That people felt wasn't even scripted. I love you guys.
Yeah. But
I can definitely see it. I can definitely see it like that. Yeah.
I do all like the lampshading jokes of the different characters and how they're all different, but they all have similarities at the same time. Where underneath, Spider-Man is Spider-Man, no matter how much you change. With that being said, I still don't like this Tom Holland changes that they did. Like the fact that Uncle Ben, even though you all said there were references to him and he's there, doesn't make that great an impact, does it?
I already said he's like basically non-existent.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Uncle Ben's there. He just doesn't really make an impact. Plus,
Which is kind of infuriating if you're a traditional Spider-Man fan, because Uncle Ben is defining or is like the origin for Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's kind of like making a Superman movie where Martha Kent dies instead of Jonathan, and Martha was the one who inspired him. Yeah, you can make a heartfelt scene, but it's just not the same.
Isn't usually Kent though? Don't they both live usually? So it's kind of weird that either of them would die in a Superman movie, but
Well, in some Spider-Man universes, neither Aunt May or Uncle Ben die.
Well, I know, yeah. That's again alternate universes, and I understand the idea that this is just another one of those alternate universes where in this particular case, I guess Aunt May is the more prominent or only role in Peter's life.
Yeah.
But it does seem kind of strange to me that they wouldn't.
I'm surprised that Marvel even gave the okay on this, because usually they're just kind of against killing off Aunt May like that.
Oh yeah, I mean, they would see. Because in the comics, Aunt May originally died in Amazing Spider-Man issue 400. Then they put him back, and she's as an actress apparently hired by Norman Osborn. And then last time they tried teasing killing her off was the aftermath of Civil War, which led to One More Day.
Yeah.
Well, if Lucky Chi were here, I'm sure he would say that maybe based on the ultimate conclusion to this movie, maybe that was kind of the idea that they were going for with this.
But granted, I have to admit, it seems like they're much more open to kill Aunt May in media outside the comic books, given the video game with the Sony.
You're talking about the 2018 Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Or was it 2019? It doesn't really matter. It's one of those
2018,
years.
but 2018, but everyone collectively refers it as Spider-Man PS4.
PS4. It's true too. Yuri, guys, Yuri.
But anyway, go on, James.
Then we have Ned, who, for the most part, was basically useless, save for one scene.
I mean, Ned's always been useless in the MCU, though. Kind of.
Yeah, kind of just been the background character.
Oh,
He's
but he's been the
guaranteed to have at least one line that'll make you laugh. I mean, I'll always refer to this line whenever I bring up Spider-Man Homecoming. I'm looking up porn.
Yeah.
I'm demonetized.
But
You're being demonetized just for that? Jesus.
But he does a little for people who are in the know, he does become the Hobgoblin in a couple of universes in the real timeline.
Yeah, I know about that.
Ned? Yeah. Well,
Well,
I guess that was the
Who knows? Maybe we'll have a good guy Hobgoblin soon.
Yeah.
Unless they're going to set him up to be the next Sorcerer Supreme, given the fact that he can do magic.
Yeah.
The beginning of the movie felt a little rushed, though.
It's like... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're finishing.
It's like...
your thought.
It's like, oh no, Benedict Cumberbatch is leaving. Whatever will we do? Ned leads. But that makes no sense. Ned leads.
Yeah.
But that literally makes... We made him do magic
Actually, it's
and No Way
super
Home.
easy, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, apparently, did you know that apparently there was talks about whether or not to give MJ powers in this film, but they decided against it in the end. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I guess Ned Leeds is typically works at the Daily Bugle, is the husband of Brady Bant, and was the third Hobgoblin, but through brainwashing. And then he was killed off. Yeah.
But anyway,
yeah, I'm gonna do that just because this is Blues Channel, and
Hey, don't take a job away from Blues. That's not nice.
don't steal Blues' job.
That's his thunder. He has a good job on this podcast crew. Don't take that away from him.
We're stealing everything. from
Stop
Blue.
it! Stop it! He's already dead!
Yeah. What do we even need Blue for these days?
that's hurtful.
I do have to admit that, yeah, I do have to admit that the beginning of the film was kind of rushed.
Yeah, it did feel like they was trying a bit too much of that old homecoming comedy a bit with like the scene and all that stuff.
Yeah, they kind of rushed. Oh, now he's going to court for this. Oh, now he's going to jail. Now he went to court. Oh, he got the charges dropped against him in court. It's like, when did that happen? I want to see the court.
Being too. I guess this movie could have been broken up into like two parts if they were really going to try and make some super intricate movie. Obviously, 2.5 hours is there's only so much you can do before you have to start like kind of cutting corners.
Basically, the beginning of the movie was like, hey, remember the scene at the end of the movie? Yeah, we're going to start with that. Look, he does all this thing. Now he goes to court. Now he's running for charges. Now he's like acquitted of charges. Now we start off where he's going back to high school. Wasn't that interesting, kids? Now on to the actual movie.
Yeah. Well, we didn't even see any of the charges per se, but yeah, it's like they had him. They just wanted a selfless Daredevil promotion.
Yeah.
I mean, that for me was surprising to see Charlie Cox in this movie
Just
as
him.
Daredevil. Now, alluding to what James said earlier, does that mean Netflix Daredevil is canon? Considering that we also have, Wilson Fisk and Hawkeye being played by Vincent D'Onofrio.
Right.
Is it canon? Isn't it? Well, we don't know. But at the very least, I do like that he's back.
Yeah. Maybe
Although
they just like the character.
Right. Although this also means in an alternate universe, we could have had Ben Affleck reprise his role as Daredevil. Now that would have been a mind fuck.
We're gonna have a Daredevil multiverse.
Ben Affleck got to play. Ben Affleck got to play Daredevil. Meanwhile, Charlie Cox is over here playing Batman and Dawn of Justice.
Yeah.
Hope they don't get Henry Cavill to play Ghost Rider.
We're gonna get Elektra soon too. But yeah, no, that was
yeah, the beginning of the movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe it could have slowed down just a little, and maybe
or maybe skipped half of it. I mean,
like
if you-
maybe
I guess there would be some people that
of the
didn't
court
see.
case.
Oh yeah.
What
I
they
was gonna say
pulled.
that there might have been some people that didn't see No Way or Far From Home, so that maybe you wanted a recap, but I don't know if the recap was really necessary.
Well, the
like
recap wasn't necessary. I just think I wanted to see the court case.
Oh, you just
yeah,
wanted
maybe
to see
5
the
minutes of the court case.
Let's see. You know what would be really funny? If J. Jonah Jameson was the judge, he would be like, Spider-Man's a menace, he's guilty!
I don't think he would have been at that point, but yeah, okay. I mean, he's the jury of the people
Yeah,
that Matt Murdock was talking about.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
they could have did a total fake out and make like Tobey Maguire the judge.
Oh, hey,
I think Tom Holland originally wanted Tobey Maguire to portray Uncle Ben in his films.
Tom Holland wants a lot of things that don't make sense sometimes.
Yeah. So anyway, MJ, what do you guys make of her in this film?
I'm gonna let you all go first.
You're gonna let me go first.
All right, fine.
First, you go first
because I have big issues with this.
I'm sure you do.
Like she's just like here, she's just overly pessimistic about things. It's like, Jesus Christ, girl, you apply dark makeup under the circles of your eyes too. Why don't you start wearing some black lipstick and wear a black hoodie? Yeah, you're totally out. You're totally out there.
You're talking about she bums every scene out.
Kinda.
Yeah. No, she was like, written weirdly in this one.
She tells Peter Parker, the overly optimistic kid, no, man, you gotta lower your expectations. That way you won't be disappointed. Dude, this is freaking Spider-Man. He needs all the happiness he's gonna get.
I mean, I understand that. I know that in the original Stan Lee written comics for Spider-Man, he usually was often, when not in battle, often the most depressing guy on the planet.
Yeah.
Always blaming everything in his life. But, I don't know if it really needed to happen here, like you were saying, but
I will say this, that she at least has more to do here than she did in the last movie, Far From Home.
Or any movie that she's appeared in up to this point.
Right.
Yeah.
Homecoming, she's barely there. Far From Home, she has a bit more to do. But here, at the very least, if nothing else, they do use her not fairly well, but enough.
I'd definitely say the chemistry between them is much better. And granted, that might be because, well, the two actors in real life are going out.
Actually dating, yes.
Yeah, just like Emma Stone and Andrew Garfield.
But funny enough,
Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah.
I knew they were dating. I guess they ended up breaking up, though, eventually,
yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, and I think even the producer, Avia Advid, that says, like, take my advice, best not to date each other. That causes all kind of complications in the future. Whether or not that'll be the same case with Tom Holland and Zania, we'll have to wait and see.
Pretty sure will eventually. Never trust celebrity relationships in the first place. Very rarely do they end up being anything more than just kind of publicity stunts.
Right. Otherwise, as a character, she could have used a lot of rewrites here. To like, she has the MJ moniker, but she really, I don't want to say she doesn't deserve it, but there's nothing to indicate that this MJ is the same as any other MJ out there.
Basically,
usually,
it's just
I don't want to say like MJ's like the stereotypical Valley girl, but
Right.
generally she is the type of girl to go, to go out. Come on, let's go clubbing, And when things do get
Yeah.
serious, she is the one that will lend an ear to Peter, but she does, she doesn't do that here. She only, or at the very least, she does it once.
My only thought is that they were trying to be different from everything else that we've seen in movies.
Right, and maybe that's a thing. That's the thing with John Watts.
Yeah.
Is that he's trying to cherry pick. He's trying to cherry pick what he considers the best aspects from both the main Marvel universe and the Ultimate Verse.
I was just gonna say that maybe because of how well, I always forget her name from the Raimi universe. How she portrayed.
Kristen Dunst.
Yeah, Kristen
Dunst.
Dunst. Yeah, she was basically the best MJ to ever be portrayed in a live action. I mean, it kind of captured everything, in my opinion, that the comics were essentially trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this was trying to be like, oh well, we don't want to replicate what people have already seen.
Like if she was like if she was Felicity from the Spectacular Spider-Man line of comic books. Who basically, if you don't know who she is, you probably know her from the animated '90s cartoon as the blonde-haired chick.
The one that
wears
got
glasses.
the Flash, right?
No, you're talking about Liz Allen.
Yeah, Liz was already in the
no. Liz Allen, let's see, in that one fell in love with like Harry Osmond. I'm talking about like that must be Debbie. Sorry, my mistake there.
Yeah, but in the '90s cartoon, she was Peter's classmate over at Empire State. She was the one with the blonde-haired ponytail and glasses.
Right.
Like if this character was John Watts' version of Felicity, I could see people being less pissed off because she's such an obscure character to begin with. Like in the Spectacular Spider-Man comic book, she's Peter's girlfriend for a couple of arcs before just dropping out entirely and only reappearing one more time towards the end of that comic book's run.
That's kind of interesting.
Maybe people from the '90s cartoon fans of the '90s cartoon would have been pissed that would have been pissed about the characterization, but definitely she's if you want to make Peter's love interest a classmate, then make her Felicity instead of Mary Watson.
MJ, yeah, just basically going for shameless levels of I know what you're
right. Or at the very least, if you wanted to make it ironic, Felicity, that's supposed to mean happiness, right? And here we have a girl who's clearly not all that happy half the time.
Right. Hates everything in her life practically except for certain aspects of it.
Right. So, James, what do you have to say about her?
I say that all the excuses people have given me is bullcrap.
I'm not giving an excuse. I really even didn't give my opinion.
Y'all said when I first watched the first Spider-Man Home series trilogy, like y'all said, oh well, it's MJ, but it's a different MJ. They're not trying to make it like MJ. They're just trying to say, well, in this movie, they say that her last name is Watson. She just don't call me that. And I was like, right there. That is the damn movie spitting in my face with Mary Jane Watson. Now you actually are spitting in my face with that. Oh, she's Michelle Jones Watson. Really?
Michelle
really?
Jones Watson.
Now
An alternate universe version.
You're literally saying that she is the same Mary Jane Watson, but we named her differently, and she's different. Screw you guys. Just screw you.
Guys.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'll admit that the relationship between Spider-Man and Michelle Jones is actually pretty well written, and I like it, and it's great. But I'm sorry, it's not Mary Jane. And no matter how many times you try to, like, tease this or try to, like, convince me that it is, it's not. And and you're just shamelessly trying to change it. It is. I've had a big issue with this ever since the first Spider-Man movie, and I still have a problem with it.
Like I guess what I was basically hinting at is that, oh well, this is an excuse. Obviously, this being an alternate universe from the 616.
Yeah,
and I
gingers
understand
in Hollywood can't exist anymore.
that too. Yeah, I was gonna say that some people probably
Watson, let's make her black and make her Michelle Jones. Hey, y'all remember Jimmy Olsen from Superman? Yeah, let's make him black in the Supergirl TV series, even though he was a redhead kid in the original comic book. Yeah, you remember this? You remember this redhead other from this thing? Yeah, let's just make him black because apparently, like
every
Hollywood,
redhead is now
this
black.
may sound controversial, but apparently they're turning all these ginger characters into black characters instead. I don't know why.
Which is weird because gingers are pretty underrepresented in media. Maybe in part because being ginger is pretty rare.
Wasn't ginger either. They just dyed her hair red.
Okay,
Yeah.
I would probably say this. I don't mind if they make MJ black in the movies, if they feel like Zendaya is the perfect choice to be the cast as a character. But if you're gonna do Mary Jane Watson, fully commit to like the characterization of Mary Jane Watson.
Exactly. Either call her Mary Jane Watson or don't, or make her a completely different character. Don't straddle this line. Oh, it's Michelle Jones Watson, but don't call her Watson because she doesn't go by that name anymore. Screw you.
Why I said that they should have just. I know that they introduced Liz Allen, and Liz Allen was Homecoming, and that was Peter's first crush in the MCU. But why couldn't they just make that person like some unnamed someone and then have Liz Allen be the last? Because, I mean, again, Liz Allen was actually a fairly, I wouldn't say a prominent girlfriend in Peter's lifetime, but, I mean, she was a girlfriend in the actual comic books at one point.
Yeah, she was at least his first crush, if you will. And then it was like a sort of Veronica and Betty thing between her and Betty from like the Daily Bugle because
right
at the time before like Peter broke up with her and all that stuff, and then they separated from college, and then she came when they graduated from high school, and then they had a reunion, and she ended up marrying Harry Osborn and having a son with him and all that stuff, and then a bunch of other drama.
You should have looked at the damn spectacular Spider-Man writing. That, I mean, for all the flack that Marvel usually, Marvel had nothing to do with either of the other previous Spider-Man animated series, and I'll always say that the 90s version for me might be the best, but the spectacular Spider-Man that Sony did, or was it Sony? I don't even know.
It was Sony.
Was it Sony?
In conjunction
that was like
with
maybe
Marvel.
the best iteration after the 90s version, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So
if not, sometimes some people would even put it above the 90s version.
So at this point, because we always had a big issue about this, can you all at least agree that my grievances are valid now? Even if you disagree?
I don't think they were wrong.
They're not wrong. I mean, for me personally, I completely blocked out the fact that she says, no, don't call me Watson. I completely blocked that out as soon as I heard that. I'm like, nope, she did not say that. She did not say that. She is Michelle Jones. Jones is her last name.
It's like, okay.
But she says, well, nope, she didn't.
I was just getting used to the idea. Okay, so it's a different universe Spider-Man. Okay, I'll accept that. He has a different girlfriend that's made up only to this universe. Okay. To me, I'll accept that.
But then you throw in Watson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you throw in that Watson in there, and then I was like, fuck you. Marvel.
Yeah, I don't know what the writing was going for with this. I'll be honest to God. I mean, I didn't really care for it in Homecoming, but I sure as hell didn't realize, even for a moment.
I haven't been this pissed
That's why
Dark Knight Rises with
I know, that's why
Robin
you said you zoned
Blake.
it out entirely.
All right.
Robin Blake. Get out of here. Get out of here.
But I have to admit that, Steve's right in that she was written really weird in this movie. Like, I guess you need a foil to everyone's good and bad side, but maybe it would have made just more sense for Peter to be the one that kind of occasionally was in the depressive state, and she was the one that was trying.
I mean,
to be
he
in the,
he
in
even
the
had more.
positive.
He even had more of a reason to be kind of depressed. Like,
Right.
shit, man, my identity is in jeopardy here. Whether
Yeah.
people know me or don't know me.
MIT. Oh my God, the world's coming to an end. I can't take it no more.
And like,
Yeah.
You're the girlfriend of Spider-Man. I don't think college is, you know.
right.
Right.
I don't think
It's
Lois
just-
Lane is
yeah.
giving a crap about going to college after she hooks up with Superman. Just saying.
It's I understand that people, again, and this is what I was iterating to before, is that yes, okay, some people want some individuality from the comic books, but at the same time, I mean, this is supposed to still be the comic books that we know of. So if you're gonna make Spider-Man peppy, that kind of makes it a little out of character. Because I mean, Spider-Man's peppy when he's kind of being his, whatever you want to call it, arrogant or goofy self when he's trying to distract his villains with his quips and everything like that.
Right, when he's riding,
Well, like I was
when he's
saying,
riding high.
Yeah. But when he's in his normal civilian state of mind, or when he's not in action, he typically is kind of a downer because he always says that his life sucks.
Hell,
So
tell me
you'd think that maybe you would try to still be that guy, which is weird. That I don't even. I mean, I think Tobey's was the only one that ever really hit that type of level in terms of.
Yeah. I mean, Andrew Garfield. Obviously, 2 movies is probably not going to be enough to delve into it too much, but it's like he
seemed
was
cool
only
from the start.
yeah.
I'm just saying. I'm just.
Right.
It really bothered me, and then after the whole Watson line in this movie, it really bothers me now. I mean, it
Well,
bothered me
now
more
you
just
can be happy that she's written out entirely,
Yeah,
unless they bring her back.
But now that they have threw that in,
It just ruined the trilogy for you or anything like that, or
you could have had Michelle Jones be her own thing, and then him finding another Mary Jane Watson that isn't MJ, and then you could have had this thing. The fact that you now did the Michelle Jones Watson, now you can't have a Mary Jane Watson because it's like, oh well, what do
It'd be
you
the
say,
same.
cousin?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. I would not be surprised if they did that.
Yeah,
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, it's
oh,
like
are you related to Michelle Jones? Yeah,
No.
she's my cousin.
Yeah, it's like, and it's like, okay, you're having Peter Parker dating, you'd see MJ, Mary Jane's cousin, but you'd see she doesn't remember that and all that stuff. But yeah, it's like, I just want to hear, face it, Tiger, you just hit the jackpot. One
they
time.
threw that on Betty, which was weird as shit.
Oh yeah, they used the words tiger with Betty Brant in this one.
That was weird.
I don't know what they were thinking with Tom Holland Spider-Man, but everything for the first time they got Spider-Man down right. It's everything else that they just messed up.
Right.
And it's weird. It's
Tom
really
Holland's
weird.
Spider-Man was weird because for the longest time he felt like basically Iron Man's successor.
Iron Man Jr., which you do get a few jokes about that with the newspaper headlines in this movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll always say that Tobey Maguire was the best Spider-Man, Andrew Garfield was the best Peter Parker, and Tom Holland is just their love child.
Did you reverse that by accident? Usually people say Tobey's the best Peter and Andrew's the best Spider-Man.
Well, no, because Tobey, you watch the Sam Raimi movies and Tobey's got the quips down pat. You're out of it's you who's out, Gabby, out of your mind.
I don't know.
If that doesn't make him the best Spider-Man, I don't know what will.
I guess people say the quips in Amazing Spider-Man were even better. So I mean, I don't know.
The knife was abused over and over again in every single damn trailer.
Oh no, a knife!
Oh no, a knife! My one weakness.
And like, and with Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker, I like that the angst he brings. Like,
Yeah.
obviously, once again, 2 movies isn't enough to delve into it too much, but when he's angsty, he's angsty.
Well, my big thing about
Garfield is definitely amongst the 3 of them probably the most accomplished actor by far.
Although Andrew Garfield's Peter Parker is a little like, I don't understand how he's the geek and the nerd when he can skateboard and.
Well, that's what everyone's opinion about him was when when those movies came out. It's like, well, man, he seems too cool to be Peter Parker.
Yeah, actually.
And that was even before, again, any of that stuff came out. It's like, okay, we got Andrew Garfield being like, isn't he too popular of a actor anyway to be like this geeky guy that becomes Spider-Man? But I mean, he's a good actor. There's no doubt about it. It's
especially
just
when Mark Zuckerberg screwed him over.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Right.
I'm gonna get that reference.
let's do some Facebooking.
Jesse Eisenberg gave up on the social media, so he became
Mark
psychopathic businessman.
Yeah.
And for me, what sold me as Tom Holland being the love child of the two was in Civil War when he tells Bucky, "You have a metal arm? That's so cool, dude."
Yeah. I don't know about you, but we don't really talk that much while fighting. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I had to chuckle at
Did your
that.
husband make it for you?
Yeah. I mean, Tom's pretty good as an in-between. I think he got better as time went on with the role. But
and maybe he'll
some people feel like,
you know, and maybe he will continue to be better.
Right.
We'll have to see. But yeah, I can see the arguments, don't get me wrong. But just the same as I can see the arguments of Tobey Maguire not being the best Spider-Man or Andrew Garfield not being the best Peter Parker.
It's just interesting that you have it reversed compared to the comments I typically see. So, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that, wow, I didn't really think someone would reverse it on me like that.
Like your comments about Tobey's Peter, you know, getting down the
Peter,
like the depressing side, the Peter aspect to him, like, oh, he needs money because he doesn't have enough, you know.
Right.
Hugo won't pay him enough because J. Jonah Jameson's a dick sometimes. Parker, you're fired. All right, you're unfired. I need you.
I need you now. Get me pictures of Spider-Man. But I mean, I can see where you're coming from too, in that Spider-Man and his, I don't know, three probably didn't have that many talks, but
I always saw as Tobey Maguire as being the original Spider-Man, the first one coming up, first version of the comic coming up. Andrew Garfield being the ultimate version of Spider-Man, and Tom Holland being the new edge wave.
I've always, let's see, from the way the comics have been, from the way the movies have been going, I feel like Tom Holland's is more like, let's see, what would you do it with like a Miles Morales, but without Miles Morales Spider-Man movies?
Which they kind of hinted at with this movie.
Yeah.
I thought you would be black, man. No, there probably is a universe where he's black, and there is a universe where Spider-Man's black. So, half Hispanic, but you know.
Was the lizard ever shown in the Ultimate Universe? Because I mean, I can see where you're coming from.
I mean, all the others were there, definitely.
Yeah. Because, like I said, I knew the Electro was based off the Ultimate Universe in terms of design, anyway. When he showed up in the Spectacular Spider-Man, but it was weird. Their Goblin was absolutely disgusting for.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Amazing Spider-Man. It's like that wasn't based on any design. It's just like, what the fuck is this?
And it's like you make his costume genetic. Oh, you have this rare disease that turns your skin green and makes your teeth all pointy.
Yeah.
Well,
It's like, what the fuck is up with that?
Like, if they were going to go for the ultimate, they should have just made him look. I mean, maybe they didn't trust the CGI, but the ultimate version of Green Goblin basically looks like a smaller version of the Hulk. They could have just went with that. I don't know why they didn't.
Buck
I don't know, I
naked.
guess maybe they couldn't sell
Probably.
Goblin toys as well.
What?
I mean, maybe they didn't want to animate a buck naked Green Goblin.
Come on, they don't hit. I don't even think in the comic books they make it that vulgar. But
Well, I jest, but
I know.
I mean, clearly, you know, to
He's
take
not
your
what
Hulk
it takes.
to take your Hulk analogy, he's like his pants are practically non-existent sometimes. It's like, dude, where does the green
Yeah.
pants start and where does it end?
Where does it end? True.
Itsy spider went out the water spout.
I'll admit that version of the Green Goblin, though, definitely seems intimidating compared to any other version of the Green Goblin.
At the very
Till we
least, he
saw
didn't.
yeah.
At the very least, he didn't fuck Gwen Stacy in a terrible comic storyline.
Supposedly they retconned that for good reason.
Well, yeah, they did. Very recently, they did. They retconned the shit out of it. But it's like,
Yeah.
you know, that is part of his characterization now, that he fucked Gwen Stacy over in London.
Until they got rid of it. But yeah, that was everyone was saying. It's like, oh no.
Yeah. In terms of the Ultimate Spider-Man thing, Green Goblin, while he may look more intimidating, I'd say personality-wise, the original 616 is much more menacing.
Well, yeah, he's far more devious because he has like a form of intelligence to him compared to
Me with this movie.
raging monster in Ultimate Universe.
But
the
yeah,
90s Clone Saga notwithstanding.
We don't talk about Clone Saga.
Oh, Peter, I created this elaborate plan to get revenge on you killing my father by bringing him back to life.
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, geez, Harry, as if you couldn't fall any further.
But yeah, but heck. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. Is anything else that we liked about the film, or is that about it?
Well, I got a few more.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, well, Flash Thompson.
Oh, him being a totally generic loser bully guy. Yeah, I mean that ruined it
Even
too.
though in the comics he was kind of a jock and a sports player and actually was an intimidating bully.
Well, I don't know about intimidating, but for sure, he just gave Peter hell. You know, he's like he was always giving him shit. At the very least, in the comics, he kind of redeems himself by joining the army. But yeah, Flash, you don't need to be such a dick to the person who has spider powers.
I have to admit, I found the blonde hairstyle thing a bit weird. I get it was trying to see homage to the comics, but I don't know if it worked with this particular actor.
Right.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, this is a guy who was supposed to be the stereotypical football guy that was a jock and eventually joins the army, and again, Spider-Man is very, the early Spider-Mans are very much like that. And then in this one, you make him a fat Asian guy or Indian guy or whatever that somehow writes a book.
Well,
okay.
Well, they make him part of the debate club, and I guess if you want to, nerds picking on each other, that's not the worst thing to do, but you could have done better.
Yeah, I do feel like
that was the whole point of Spider-Man being bullied, though, that he was the nerd and Flash was the jock. I mean, you're kind of erasing that if they're both nerds. And well, Spider-Man, how do you if you're gonna go Goodwill Hunting on this crap,
right.
Nerd.
The only thing I would say is that Flash in these series of movies, he's been the rich nerd, and Peter's been the poor nerd.
Right.
I was like, ooh, look how much money I have. I wrote a book and I got it published.
Mm-hmm.
You know that now that you, and I remember reading this. It's like, now that Peter Parker is no longer in anyone's memories, what the hell happened to that book?
I do wonder if it's just been magically erased, or it's like, is any images of Peter Parker erased, or are they still around as well?
No, I'm pretty sure that's been retconned into Flash. He wrote a book about his delusions, but people don't know that they're his delusions. They actually think he's friends with Spider-Man.
Okay.
But
It could work like that.
That's my section of things that are confusing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What other things do you find confusing?
Well, the whole spell thing for right off the bat is it seems on the surface, okay, it makes sense. You're making everybody forget that Peter Parker makes sense. Everyone forgets about that scene. How? Everybody's taking film of him. He's on social media. Flash wrote a book. How do you erase all
It's
that?
supposed to be
Magic.
like No More Day. It's that's where No More Day comes in that one particularly.
One more day?
Yeah, One More Day. If you've read it, it apparently anyone who knew him will just think I'm trying to remember how they worded it. It even if you come to the conclusion that it's Peter Parker, you'll just dismiss it is basically what it is.
Right.
Plus, also, it's magic. Like, Stephen
yeah.
Strange can literally do anything.
Right.
Like, any irregularities with the spell can just be in universe explained away by its magic.
Yeah, which is this is something the Marvel movies have an issue with, where they're like, they kind of explain what the spell does, but they're so vague about the rules of it that it's like you can basically make or break the rule any way you want to. Like how Thor's hammer is, if they be worthy, he'll possess the power of Thor and lift the hammer. Okay, how do you define worthy?
Well, that's always been in the comics, and I guess it's
right. But I'm just
it's arbitrary crap just to give someone the ability to wield it at one particular moment or time. Like, I guess in every reality, Captain America is somehow the most righteous of them all, to the point where he can always lift Thor's hammer or something like that.
Yeah, but
or sometimes Odin will just dispel the spell to let someone wield it. But
also, the Big Bang Theory also argued that. So you don't. If you want your answer, just go watch. The Big Bang Theory episode where the female companions argue about Thor's hammer.
Yeah. God. And imaginary
Some
access
people
to
don't
like
the Big Bang Theory.
how can Hulk lift Thor's hammer in space? How can Hulk lift Thor's hammer? He can lift it in space or by the transitive property of touching things. Hulk can be touched by Thor, who can then touch the hammer.
Yeah, but he can't lift it otherwise because it's a magical enchantment. Even if he's strong enough or raged enough, Right.
But yeah, I get what you're saying, James. I do. I really do. Yeah. Even though I jokingly say, well, it's magic. Anything that's explained away by it's magic. Magic can work wonders. Yeah.
But
magic can do the impossible.
Spell, if you really think about it, and because Game Theory had MatPat Game Theory had broke this down and saying that it's only affecting things that have a direct association that says that Spider-Man is, Peter Parker.
Peter Parker. Yeah.
So everything the book gets erased, this gets erased, that's erased, the movies get erased. Spider-Man himself doesn't get erased, or his existence and what he's done gets erased. Just anything that
involved his secret identity.
Involves Peter Parker being Spider-Man gets erased. That got me even more thinking. Shouldn't the spell itself be negated?
Well, this is what happens when you base the story off of one moment in time and one more day.
Yeah, but but it's just a question I have. Wouldn't the spell be negated? Because the whole reason why the spell was being casted in the first place was because Peter Parker was Spider-Man. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of
right, but that's the same argument like in Ant-Man. Well, why can't they just bring up the tank in the first place if he carries it around on a keychain? or the fact that he can carry the tank in the first place, because if the mass stays the same, that tank should weigh like 50 tons.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, Pym particles.
Yeah, Pym particles.
But yeah, there's your answer.
the
Just like my answer. It's Pym particles. It's magic.
Pym.
Oh, okay.
Pym
So the reason why the spell doesn't affect like that is because of Pym. I mean, magic. I mean, magic. Not
Pym
particles. Magic.
Pym particles are weird. It's like, oh wait, you keep all your physical
It just
strength no matter your size, but then how are you carrying
It just
anything?
reduces the distance between atoms. Okay, well, doesn't relatively speaking, just because you reduce the distance between atoms, doesn't means that they
That
would still
makes
sway the
Giant
same-
Man essentially useless. If you
I mean,
think
he's
about
already useless because he can't move fast. Like we see in Civil War and Ant-Man and the Wasp that he's slow as molasses.
Right. But then you'd think, if he's just regular human strength in that size, how the hell is he lifting anything?
Again, Pym particles.
I know. Yeah.
Oh,
Apparently
and
he
also
could be
Pym particles can allow you to travel through time. Apparently.
Yeah, through
That's the weirdest thing.
quantum stasis.
Oh yeah, if you shrink down to the multiverse or the microverse, you can travel through time.
Something with Thanos' butt. I don't know anything about that one.
Oh, the meme that Ant-Man could have defeated Thanos if you were around. Shrink and then expand.
I'm also remembering the line. Okay, so Ant-Man travels back in time, kills baby Thanos.
Yeah.
Boom, problem solved. And then Hulk's like, no, problem not solved. and then they go through.
It's relative.
They go through techno babble of you can't change your past because that past won't exist. What?
Because now
What are you talking about?
You go back to the future, you're not going to the past's future, you're going to a different past's future, so it's a different future. And it's like, so it's not Back to the Future.
It's
like,
Back to the
yeah,
Future because it's like whatever when they were describing it. It's like split timelines or some shit like that is what it was.
Oh no, my eyes have gone cross-eyed. Oh no,
but I don't know how the first. Well, if you think about it, the split timelines would be. Didn't Marty create a split timeline then in the first
he did.
movie, basically?
Basically.
Technically,
because the future he returned to wasn't his future. Right. It was a completely different future.
He had a better future. Like, oh no. So it's good when you do it, but it's bad when the bad guy does it.
I am my own grandfather.
Isn't it obvious, you inbred moron? You are!
Yeah, I remember that.
All I know is that this plot point is gonna make a lot of issues, or not issues, but it's gonna make a lot of plot conveniences. How come Wong remembers everything? Oh, well, because he was in the mirror dimension.
Would Wong remember any of this though?
Probably.
I mean, he didn't remember the last time, but
well, he didn't want any part of it, so he is gonna remember.
Yeah,
I don't want any part of this.
Hey, Dr. Strange, remember when you did that spell and completely screwed over Spider-Man? I did that? Yeah.
Yeah. Because Wong just remembers everything.
Because the moment Wong leaves is the moment he arrives in Shang-Chi's movie. That's what he was doing.
He was going to Shang-Chi's movie.
Strange, you should have did the Wong thing. I did do the wrong thing. I screwed up Spider-Man. No, not the wrong thing, the Wong thing. Just put everybody in the mirror dimension. It'll be fine.
I do kind of like the joke there, though, afterwards. Is that, wait, you wanted me to essentially brainwash everyone, and you didn't even check to see if you could get in?
Yeah.
Get out of my house.
It's like, okay, I did not really think this through and all that stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a weird way the spell works and everything like that. It's like
the one comic
it's-
book accurate thing that they did, and they had to pick the worst comic book to do it from.
Yeah,
Right.
All you needed now
Oh,
was Tom
God.
Holland going, I only wish I had one more day. Oh, ew.
Oh, I mean, at least we didn't go to Mephisto. We went to Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
At least we don't get Spider-Man the last. That's all I know.
And at least he wasn't married this time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In fact, he only spent like what, a couple of months, a week, basically in love.
Let's say 1 month. Let's say
Yeah.
1 month in love, because
Let's be
trials.
generous. Yeah.
Let's be generous and say that trial probably lasted longer than we saw.
In the week
Mhm.
or whatever that we assumed it was. Yeah.
Amazing how everything can get done in a day in the MCU. I can't even get all my chores done in a day. They're like saving the universe.
In like a single afternoon. Yeah.
Well, I guess that's because they are
Super easy,
superheroes.
barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, well, Tony Stark's just a guy in a metal suit.
Uh-huh.
How the fuck does he do anything? I still don't know why they did it, but whatever. Killed off Iron Man. I mean, I guess it's maybe.
Well, I
Robert
guess
didn't wanna
Robert
keep
Downey
playing the
Jr.
role.
was tired of the character, I guess you could say.
That's usually what it is, but yeah.
I mean, face it, one thing that different from like the movie universes compared to like the comics is that and animation ones is that
Eventually, yeah, someone grows tired of the role.
yeah, and so the characters do actually age.
What do you have?
Yeah, in live
we know
action.
that. I mean, we have technology to negate that, but
Yeah, but then you start going into uncanny valley territory.
yeah,
I
we
mean,
know.
heck, that's
Are we de-aging the
I mean,
process?
that's what happened with Black Panther 2 and all that stuff.
Obviously.
So, James, any
wow,
more
right.
thoughts? Or
Yeah, one more. At least before
Okay.
I get into what that could be approved.
go ahead.
Does this technically make Sam Raimi's Spider-Man the first movie in the MCU?
I mean, they did actually add both those Spider-Mans to the MCU, but I don't know if it makes the movies canon to the MCU.
I mean,
Of course
if
it
we're gonna,
does. Especially when you have Sam Raimi doing Doctor Strange in the multiverse.
Well, Sam Raimi doesn't have to be... Just
Wow.
because Sam Raimi's working at Marvel now doesn't mean...
Shut up! I have spoken.
Well, I will definitely say
I
that
will
Sam
timestone your
Raimi's.
ass if you don't quit.
I will definitely say that Sam Raimi's brother and Bruce Campbell will definitely make an appearance in the Multiverse of Madness. That's a guarantee. I think Bruce even has it in his contract. Whenever Sam Raimi does a movie, he has to be in it, no matter how small a role.
That's funny. Well, I mean,
Hi, I'm
I
Doctor
guess you could
Strange.
make
Man, you're
argue
you're
schematics.
almost as bad as that guy that dresses up like a spider.
But yes, they are part of the MCU universe now. So I guess you could make the argument that yes, they are. Sam Raimi's Spider-Man is very much the very first Marvel movie now, retroactively.
Yeah, there's even a meme where you had Bully Maguire face off against Tony Stark, and he's like, "I am now the first movie in the MCU." And Tony's like, "Hey, wait a minute, that's not. I am the first movie in the MCU."
Poor Incredible Hulk.
No one cares about
Or the
you.
Hulk. I mean, in this case, it was the Hulk. The Incredible Hulk was the second movie that was the reboot that was apparently the MCU.
Yeah, you remember Ang Lee's Hulk?
Yeah. Apparently,
Poor
the
Hulk
first
can't
guy
have a
hated
love
the
interest.
role. The first guy didn't hate the role. The second guy hated the role.
Edward Norton.
Yeah, Edward Norton.
Hated the role so much that they gave it to Mark Ruffalo.
And they still
And now,
had to make
and
it.
now,
Yeah.
and now in the What If cartoon, when they animate the Incredible Hulk scenes, they use Mark Ruffalo's Hulk
Yeah.
instead of Edward Norton's. And it's just bad. Like, it's like some weird thing. Like, I know that this is technically what it should be, but I don't like it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's so weird because you know that Well, the way they have it is that yes, Edward Norton's Hulk is Mark Ruffalo's Hulk, but it doesn't feel like it's the same Hulk still.
Right? Yeah. No.
Hey, do you remember that general guy we had in that movie? We brought him back in Civil War. Where have he
Yeah, we
been
did.
this whole time?
Why didn't he attack the Hulk? Oh, that's right, because Hulk was off-world. But why
Yep.
was he even? Yeah.
That's always the excuse, isn't it? Hey, why didn't the Hulk come and destroy these things? Because he was off-world. What about Thor? He's off-world. What about this guy? Oh, they're off-world too.
Yep.
Is there
All
anybody
the
else
dead.
on-world?
Well, that's what happened with Civil War. Hulk and Thor were like non-existent in that one, even in the comic books.
Well, I think in the
Otherwise, it
comic
would have
book,
been Avengers 3.
yeah, I do think in the comic books at that time, Thor was supposedly dead while Planet Hulk was going on at that time.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was the
Planet Hulk was-
Illuminati?
It was a robot. It was a robot.
I knew it was
Thor
the robot Thor. That I did know
that
because
they
it was
had
genetically
under their
yeah.
that they had under
used his
their
blood.
yeah
Genetically.
yeah, and it was under
But I'm
Iron
trying
Man's
to remember,
control.
was the Hulk really off? Was the Hulk on Planet Thor?
yeah,
I guess
Planet
he was.
Hulk.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he was.
Planet Hulk took place. Yeah. Civil War took place retroactively around the time that just before or just after they had shot him into space. That's right. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, they shot him into
Yep.
space before Civil War. He did Planet Hulk during that time, and then let's see. Then World War Hulk was the follow-up story to both Planet Hulk and Civil War in a sense. And it's also one of the main reasons, and that's also one of the comic books in which most people sided with the Hulk over Iron Man because, well, the Civil
Well, yeah,
War
we all knew
comic book.
Iron Man was an absolute prick at that time in the comics.
Yeah. I remember Linkara talking about, let's see, at that point, people would either physically or verbally abuse or beat up Iron Man, and it was awesome every time. But I think it was mostly because I think this is the reason why most people prefer the Robert Downey Jr. version of Iron Man and the MCU version of Civil War compared to the comics. But
well, at least in that version, Tony Stark actually made sense in what he was arguably fighting for.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't going to use like some
Yep.
super prison in some alternate dimension.
Built by him and Reed Richards, no less, who doesn't exist yet. He will, but he doesn't
Eventually.
exist right now.
Weren't they
Dude,
included
Reed
in Civil
Richards is
War?
like such a. I can't ever tell if they try to make Reed a villain, which they ultimately did in the Ultimate Universe, or if they just make him that much of a, like, so unaware of his surroundings.
And I
He's
think
just-
it. Go on, Steve.
He's just written to be that bad.
Yeah.
He's just written to be that bad. It's like
I honestly. Sorry, go on.
he's so unaware of the fact that his wife is trying to say, hey, don't you think building this prison is kind of a dickish thing to do? What was that, honey? I can't hear you over the sound of you bringing me a sandwich.
I like how I love how Venture Bros basically goes out of its way to parody that.
I also think it's, let's see, comic book writers and artists at the time just trying to make their stories seem more edgy and mature.
They always try to make the genius level characters to be the most dickish people, except for Doom. Doom will always somehow be like this sympathetic villain of sorts, so to speak.
Anyway,
or that all the shit that he does somehow makes sense, even if it shouldn't make sense. It's always for the greater good when it comes to Dr. Doom, even if he's the ultimate villain.
So anyway, one thing I also did like about the movie was the soundtrack, particularly the erase my memory sad bit at the end. I thought that was quite good.
I did like that they included Garfield's and Toby's themes at specific parts, even if it wasn't the full themes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was pretty good.
So,
Right.
anyway, I suppose now we've talked about everything we've liked about the film. Let's see.
Well, we kind of mixed the likes and the cons, to be honest.
Yeah, the likes and dislikes.
And we
Let's see.
also kind of mixed in how we would improve things. So
Yeah. So anyway, I suppose we can briefly get on to like the future of Spider-Man films predictions in both the MCU and Sony, because after this film, there's no doubt after showing just how good Andrew Garfield has come in the movie, and as Tobey Maguire still nails it with Spider-Man, people have been hoping that Sony or Marvel or some joint venture of the two will do an Amazing Spider-Man 3 movie and wrap that up, or possibly maybe even a Spider-Man 4.
I mean, I know that was fan outcry. I don't know if that will ever really happen.
Let's see. And to be honest, well, at least with the original plans for Amazing Spider-Man 3, I'd rather
Venom?
not.
Oh.
Well, Venom. Well, that was just one part of it. Another was, I think, Peter Parker going to therapy and they're meeting MJ. The Sinister Six are there, and Peter wants their help, but they refuse, and he cries about it. And then also, apparently, the symbiote can revive the dead or something, as everyone in Peter's life comes back to life or something.
Well, I mean, the symbiote kind of did that, sort of in a what if story, but yeah.
Honestly,
But yeah, Spider-Man 3 would have, if they ever did, if they chose to do an Amazing Spider-Man 3, they'd have to obviously change that script entirely.
yeah. I mean, on one hand, I can.
I was
Go
about
on,
to say,
Steve.
I mean, the when Venom went to the MCU at the end of Let There Be Carnage, that
Yeah.
completely caught the MCU writers off guard. They're like, "Wait, you did that? Shit, we didn't plan on him to be there. We got to write him out." And so they did just that. So maybe if they wanted to do Amazing Spider-Man 3, they could try to integrate him into the Venom verse. I'm calling it. I don't call it the Sony verse just yet. Right now it's the
Right.
Venom verse because he's got the two movies. But if they want to bring him into Tom, put him up against Tom Hardy, then go ahead.
Right. Wait, isn't Venom? Didn't someone say they caught a Venom reference in Morbius though?
Yes, because Morbius is supposed to be in the same universe as the.
Well, I know he's in the
Venom.
same universe because Spider-Man's in there too, obviously. But I don't know. I thought someone said there was like a Venom reference somehow in there.
Well,
the problem with the Morbius movie is that he's got like he's got all three Spider-Man things in that universe.
Let's see. Well, from my understanding, the Sonyverse has got, the two Venom movies, then Morbius is going to be a part of it, then Kraven the Hunter, then a Black Cat and Silver Sable TV series, and some other, Marvel characters that even I am not aware of and all that stuff. But yeah. So, granted, we have no idea whether or not the Sony Marvelverse will be successful outside the Venom movies, because at the very least, Venom has somewhat of a appeal, even though he's always been a bit of a mixed reaction to the fan base. Some like him, some don't. But yeah.
I don't know. Well, apparently, Venom did just well enough to warrant a second movie.
Yeah,
I think most people thought it was. I don't know if they thought it was a good movie, but they thought it was goofy
watchable,
or charismatic enough to. Yeah.
But yeah, it made about 800 million in the box office, which the sequel, Let There Be Carnage, made 500 million at the box office, but that was probably due to COVID. But yeah,
Did they also released it on their streaming service or something?
No, it was entirely in the
Just
cinema.
did it literally on the
It was
actual
in,
box
it was
office.
well, when it first came out, it was only entirely in the cinema because at that point people decide that okay, the streaming thing isn't really working. It costs Blackmail that much money. Let's just do cinemas first, then Blu-rays and DVDs and all that stuff.
Interesting.
Let's
Well,
see.
I mean, I guess it's really going to hinge on Morbius then, seeing what that ends up being.
But yeah. Well, granted, I've also heard some rumors that apparently Andrew Garfield's going to be in Doctor Strange and the Madness of the Multiverse.
I saw that rumor too. I also saw that maybe, I don't know, maybe Toby was supposed to still somehow return at some point too. I don't know if it was going to be a Multiverse of Madness, but I saw a rumor.
I know I definitely saw the Andrew Garfield rumor about the multiverse.
Yeah.
So yeah, because well, let's see, but yeah, because well, many people want to see him more as Spider-Man because they feel like he never really got the chance to because of just how bad.
If they're going to have a Sony-verse Spider-Man, then I guess they can still keep Andrew Garfield as that Spider-Man. I know they had the falling out, but they can always have the reunion, clearly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see.
So what? Didn't they set up Tom Holland to be the Spider-Man for Venom?
Let's see. Well, no. Well, apparently Avi and Sony wanted that to be, but from what I can tell, Kevin Feige's not really on board with the idea, which is probably why
they want to keep Tom Holland. Yeah, they want to keep Tom Holland to strictly the MCU instead of being shared between the two of them, is what you're saying.
Yeah. So I think that's why they did a compromise by having like a piece of like the Venom versus Venom in like the MCU as a way of like, okay, this is how he gets the symbiote, and that's what he wears for the next movie. Though, granted, I do hope that we still see him more in this new classic costume that he's now wearing, because it's like, this is the Spider-Man outfit I've wanted to see Tom Holland wear, if you will.
Not that outfit most everyone wanted. Yeah. I think it's the outfit that everyone wanted the MCU Spider-Man to be wearing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Now, as for Tobey Maguire, well, let's see. Well, his character's getting old, but let's see if his relationship with MJ has managed to work a bit, if you will. I would like to possibly be like that universe, possibly having, Spider-Girl. It's like a
Marvel 2 reference.
Yeah, MC2 thing and all that stuff. Yeah,
because that could work, obviously.
Yeah, it could. If they want it, obviously at this point, Tobey Maguire, he's just too old to, do Spider-Man properly.
Yeah.
Or to at least keep it believable that this clearly 40-year, obviously with makeup, you can make him look like he's 40, even though, like this clearly this 40-year-old.
That's how they did William Dafoe.
What, makeup and yeah. Well,
they
William
could, but they can't
works the Green Goblin anyway. But yeah,
but they can't. They can't CGI his fighting prowess. Let's say.
Right.
Yeah,
at least Garfield's still fairly young enough to where he can keep going at the role for a while.
So yeah.
Otherwise, if you try to CGI his fighting prowess, you end up making him look like a video game character rather than a movie character.
I think I forgot to add to the complaint list that some people were like his suit looked even worse compared to the 2004 era for some reason. The CGI on his suit.
I mean, probably they didn't have like that suit in a vault somewhere.
Probably not. I mean, it's been like 20 years.
They had to recreate it from scratch using a bunch of reference photos.
I mean, yeah, it's like not every prop.
I think it was an actual suit back then too, so it wasn't like. I mean, obviously they probably did some work on it beyond just the suit itself, but yeah.
They clearly probably had something, so.
So,
I just like how Garfield during that whole time was like being super secretive, and yet Tobey Maguire was out here being like, "Oh yeah, I'm in that movie."
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know why Andrew bothered denying it.
Mhm.
Maybe it was part of an
Maybe he was
NDA.
more, yeah.
Maybe it
Well,
was
yeah,
part of an
NDAs.
NDA that he signed, but it's
Yeah.
like, dude, clearly if everyone else is coming back, you're coming back.
And they just duct
Well,
tape
I
him
even-
out because he spoils everything.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Maybe
But,
he
yeah.
was more worried because maybe Toby's like, you know what, this might be like maybe do a cameo or two beyond this, but I don't really care if they really
Yeah.
can me for doing it. I think Garfield's still trying to think that maybe he has some more active roles going on for going forward, so he didn't want to breach that contract at all.
I mean, let's face it. This whole Spider-Man thing, these old Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire appearing in No Way Home, is perhaps the worst kept secret in Hollywood.
I mean, they had even freaking photos before before even the trailers came out. The people were trying to like say were fake.
I mean, granted, I thought they were fake, mainly because, you know, in regards to Andrew's falling out with Sony and Toby,
just getting
Toby's
older.
reluctance to accept the role again.
Oh yeah.
Like, I didn't think that they'd be able to convince him hard enough to bring him back. I'm glad that they did, though.
Mhm.
But yeah, when those photos first started circulating, I was like, yeah,
That's
no, those are
pretty-
fake. There's just no way.
It's so
There's just
crazy
no way.
that those were literally like shot for shot.
Yeah.
They didn't
you
even
ask-
like remove them half.
If you ask me, the last time I was shocked by any news of Inside Hollywood was the fact that George Lucas sold Lucasfilm to Disney and all that stuff. But yeah, I think ever since then, trying to keep secrets like that.
Really, what made the photos 100% accurate was that final villain trailer when they showed him on the New York. And we didn't know it was the Statue of Liberty at the time. We just saw the pipes and everything.
Right.
People thought it was a bridge from those pictures.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it was the library, the Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Captain America.
Yeah, Statue of Captain America.
So you have any predictions for the future Spider-Man films, James? Or
I mean, the only way that I can have a theory at this point is I have to see the next Doctor Strange movie.
Okay.
I have to
Could
see what
work.
they do there first before I make any predictions about what they're going to do next with this.
Outside of Secret Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, they're definitely going to have Spider-Man make an appearance in other movies, I feel, or in some kind of cameo in some sort of way. But with directing with just Spider-Man himself, like I said, I got to really see what they're going to do with Doctor Strange and the multiverse.
Let's see. Yeah. Granted, I am very curious to see if any more superheroes will end up appearing in the MCU Spider-Man movies, because, well, this has been always a bit of a common complaint about the MCU, is that, let's see, for Spider-Man at least, is that whenever he has his own solo film, there's always at least one other hero in there that's causing an interference. Now, granted, this might also be due to the fact that Avi or Advi, or, the people behind Sony, were not entirely confident Spider-Man could make $1 billion by himself, even though it's Spider-Man, one of the 3 biggest heroes or something. So they requested like Iron Man in the first one, Nick Fury in the second one. Well, actually, maybe not in the Nick Fury in the second one, but at least apparently Robert Downey Jr. and Iron Man.
Well, yeah.
And Marvel just went with
Iron Man needed to be established. Unfortunately, with the way that they had it set up in Civil War, yes, Iron Man had to be in that first Spider-Man movie.
Pretty much. And also, I guess it's also a byproduct of Disney's meddling with, like, okay, you're going to make this movie, but you need to make sure that it's firmly established that it's set in the MCU.
Yes.
So you got to use some of our characters.
Yeah.
Right.
So, here's...
I really can't really say that Nick Fury's done anything, though, in the MCU to warrant being a
being
big
returned.
time. Yeah,
I mean, it's Sam Jackson, so
fair
it's,
enough
I-
on that.
I
But
do
I don't
wish
think it
Agent-
really detracted from Spider-Man and No Way Home or Far From Home.
I do kind of
No.
wish Agent Coulson would come back and redo Shield.
Shield, Agents of
Then-
Shield.
Didn't Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. kill him off again or something?
yeah, they did in season at the end. Spoiler alert: at the end of season 5, they kill him off for good. But then in season 6, he's brought back as a robot who dies, and then in season 7, they bring in an alternate version of him.
Why do
Okay.
they keep doing that? Like,
Yeah.
what is the whole point of him just being that every version of him is just gonna
But then
die?
again, Agents of Shield is non-canon now, so they can do whatever they want.
Pretty
Obviously.
much.
But
so
then
I
isn't
just remember that fact is that Agents of Shield is not canon anymore.
well, if Agents of Shield is not canon, then isn't he really just dead then? Because he was supposed
Yep.
to be dead in Avengers. So
Oh yeah,
Yep.
that reminds me of one thing I kind of forgot to
Jessica
mention
Biel.
during the summary is the fact that Peter learned that Nick Fury was not on planet. So it makes me wonder what kind of conversation Peter will have when
the
he
real
sees
Nick,
Nick Fury
shows
again.
himself?
I mean, in the comics, Nick Fury was supposedly dead, but it's always life model decoys.
But yeah,
Just like
Well,
the Doom
I thought
bots.
I thought the Nick Fury the white Nick Fury that we knew was the new Watcher, was supposedly what it was the whole time.
so out of curiosity, do you see any of the returning supporting casts from the Home trilogy coming back in these future Spider-Man movies? Or you think it's just going to be Peter Parker by himself?
I think it's going to be Peter Parker by himself. The only way they could the only way they're bringing back the other characters is if they make the deliberate choice to have him interact with these people again and build up friendships again.
Again.
Okay.
All I know is two things for certain. One, Spider-Man 3 is canon to the Venom verse.
It kind of is.
Because if you remember, they mention the symbiote
Yes.
mentions that he's connected with other symbiote across multiverses, which explains why he was able to
No,
become
Peter
the
Parker.
Spider
yes.
Venom
Yes.
that we know in the Venom movies without coming in contact with Spider-Man because he was connected to the other Venom. And two, the reference to Spider-Man 2 that Doctor Strange may come to even more fruition.
Yeah, it might.
What was the
Okay.
Why
reference
we call him
again?
Doctor Strange? Oh, that's good.
Oh,
but it's
that's
taken.
why. Yeah, in Toby's
here-
universe, Doctor Strange exists. That's why I was gonna say that. That's why people think that Toby might be in the multiverse of madness.
Yeah. Well, if you have Doctor Strange go to the Raimi universe of Spider-Man, then there you go. Boom. Now all of a sudden that line hits harder.
Name's already taken.
Who knows? Maybe
He
they're-
went back in time.
No, who knows? Though, granted, I'm pretty certain that due to the fact that the movie mentioned that, oh, wait, who are the Avengers? The Avengers don't exist in their universes, but I guess certain heroes could still exist in, like, the Sam Raimi universe, such as, Doctor
The
Strange, and
Avengers
maybe.
do exist, but Spider-Man was never a part of them. Obviously, during those particular movies.
Well, who knows? Granted, it could be possible that Avengers from those universes do eventually show up there, but different
Right.
versions and all that stuff.
I do have one prediction.
What's that?
You could have Spider-Man make an appearance in this Fantastic Four movies.
Well, yeah, because he's the two biggest teams that Spider-Man was ever affiliated with were the Fantastic Four and the X-Men.
Yeah, let's see. Spider-Man was more
Like, you can-
associated with those heroes, really, than the Avengers, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, have just a throwaway cameo scene of him applying for a job at the Baxter building.
Or even the Human Torch talking to Peter Parker.
I mean, yeah,
They had
those
a good
two.
relationship.
Yeah, those two were like rivals to like sort of best friends, if you will.
Yeah. Playful rivals to best friends.
Well, just
Well,
because
Pat-
everyone was under the impression that Spider-Man was a villain, so every time he ever interacted with anyone, they always attacked him.
Yeah.
I kind of want to see
What?
references to the Amazing Bagman.
Amazing
Webhead.
Batman. Well, that would be
gonna-
if the symbiote. So
Yeah.
if they do appear in, well, they're either cameo in Spider-Man's movie or Spider-Man cameos in the Fantastic Four, because that's who he goes to figure out how to get the symbiote off.
Probably Reed Richards.
Well, yeah, Reed Richards.
Yeah, though.
Tony Stark is dead. Who else do you
Yeah.
go to but Reed Richards?
Reed Richards. Yeah, who's going to be the new super genius now that almost all our other super geniuses are gone?
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see, but yeah, I'm hoping that in this future Spider-Man movies, if he does interact with the Human Torch, you're gonna get a scene where the Human Torch is like, "Webhead, you're gonna fry for this. You hear me? You're gonna fry."
What's the reference there?
Oh, it's from a Valentine's episode where Peter revealed to MJ that the one time he punked someone was making a web-shaped bat look like a monster, and then have it come at John, and he tried to stop it, but then he gets caught in webs, and then shouts that.
From what cartoon?
It's a comic, a Valentine's comic.
Oh,
Valentine's
Oh, I
comic.
remember that one. Now that you mentioned it, I remember that one.
But yeah. So anyway, any more predictions for the future of Spider-Man films in the MCU, Sonyverse, and all that stuff, or is that about everything we can think of?
that's
all I
everything
can
I
see.
can think of.
Yeah,
But now-
that's all I see as a potential.
Yeah. Now, I suppose the next bit to go is whether or not it's what you think the long-term effects of this film will be, both in terms of its reputation and how it will probably affect Ritzy marketing from the cinema from now on due to post-COVID.
I don't see it changing that much, to be honest. I mean, films, especially the superhero films, are always going to try and market them by either hiding too much or giving away too much. There's never an in-between. I have
Right.
yet to see a trailer for a superhero movie, and this is before, MCU. I have yet to see a trailer for a superhero movie not ruin anything. And of course, now since, we're in the age of social media, we're well into the age of social media. Leaks are going to be aplenty. Now, it's just going to be up to the job of the fans to discern whether or not what's true and what isn't true. And don't ask me whether they're true or not, because I dismiss those photos.
You always dismiss those photos.
Although-
Yeah.
I always
Well, I
dismiss
mean, I
those
can
photos.
understand why someone would think that was too good to be true, but I mean, they looked way too. They didn't really look like
Way too good to be
past scene merged
fakes.
together. But yeah,
Way too good to
I
be
know
faked.
I know we're in the era where fakes actually look real. I got fooled for the Smash Brothers by a Grinch leak. Damn it!
A Grinch?
I can show you what that leak was. If you
No,
like.
I saw it.
Did you
but I
see that
can't
leak? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Like, I thought for real that might actually be just because of how I thought no one would ever go to that length to try and fool someone. I will
Although
never
sometimes
fall for it
the
again.
leaks are the best advertisement.
And yet we
True.
have leakers that are fairly accurate now, so they have insider information. So it's like, who do I believe? Damn it! I can't apparently believe photos, but I can believe people that are typing like freaking like paragraphs now.
And there are some leaks that people are like, oh, we really hope this is not what it is.
Oh yeah, those leaks suck. That's a lot of Pokemon leaks, to be honest with you.
I think James is referring to leaks about DC, though. But
I mean, that's probably the case, but I'm just saying that that's fairly accurate to what I'm known for.
Referencing a lot of stuff, but
yeah,
referencing a lot of stuff. Are you talking about the Naruto ending?
talking about a lot of stuff, Mangareader.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm just saying that was also leaked.
But anyway, I definitely said probably the biggest long-term effect shows that due to the fact that, let's see, this film had multiple versions of like different Spider-Man, I think there'll be a lot more studios will be trying to do that with like a lot more, let's see, of their own superheroes and all that stuff. Like, well, granted, apparently DC's sort of doing that with the Flash movie with like 2 different Batmans in, and heck, let's see, who knows? It's very possible that
Who would know that Sony beat Sony to the punchline?
but yeah, but you could also possibly have like
Would have saw
let's
that
see,
coming.
it's maybe also be possible that, let's see, now that they see how much money that a film like this can make, it's possible that once the MCU does their own X-Men, they might even get them interacting with some of the Fox X-Men eventually.
Didn't
I'm waiting for that Deadpool Wolverine movie.
Yeah,
Right. Or that Deadpool
Yeah.
Spider-Man movie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Deadpool, Spider-Man.
My eyes
Well,
are.
I don't know why
Deadpool.
anyone
I've
didn't
made
already.
my choice.
Why didn't anyone see that coming? Or, like I said, Sony beat Sony to the picture, to the punch. To the finish line on the whole multiverse thing, because again, they did it already with Into the Spider-Verse. Albeit, again, that was an animated movie, but still.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. One thing I'd definitely probably say that this movie has probably had some unintended effects, perhaps, is the fact that it seems to make some people come back to appreciate the first the Amazing Spider-Man movies when they were considered the worst things ever for a while.
I mean, if you want a better example of that, just take a look at what people think of Star Wars anything. In the wake of the sequel movies, people look back at the prequel movies and go, you know what, they may be terrible movies, but they're George Lucas's vision.
They can learn to appreciate, but never fully understand.
Well, I'd probably also say for that, there's also the backing of the Clone Wars cartoon, the meme culture, and fans growing up with those films. But yeah, besides the sequel hate.
That's
funny,
but
you know how you make something bad likable? You make something worse.
Well, yeah, it's kind of what happens with the the sequels.
There is one thing I would improve upon this, though.
Oh,
what's that?
Especially the Spider-Man movie, because I know Mangareader's been waiting for this one.
What are you talking about?
So, you know how they all met up at that Statue of Liberty?
Yes.
And how just Peter Parker just made that TikTok video or whatever the fucking thing, whatever you want to call it. And then they all just went to it. I think it would have been a little bit better if you actually had the Spider-Man kind of go out and lure their villains to it.
Oh, that one? Yeah.
Especially if you had a scene with Tobey Maguire, like, talking with J.K. Simmons again. And making a reference to his movies. And, like, J.K. Simmons, like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
But yeah. Anyway, I probably in many ways, I will admit, let's see, in many ways, this movie is probably also... one of the things I liked about it's a bit incredible about this movie is the fact that it's the first movie since the pandemic to gross over $1 billion, but also it managed to surpass the first Avengers in terms of box office. And I do wonder if it wasn't for COVID, this film would have made just as much money as possibly maybe Infinity War. I'm not convinced it would probably surpass Endgame or Avatar, but
But we also have to remember that the woke community doesn't like this movie.
Well, let's see.
There's a lot of big huffs and puffs from that side of the field that was raising against
what
critics.
Have you seen?
I'm interested to know what
I haven't seen anything, to be honest. And I do know that this film has not yet had a release date in China yet.
Well, it mostly has to do with like the low sales of the Black Widow movie, especially the $600 million in streaming that they lost from people pirating.
But
Well, Black Widow was like what, 3 movies? Well, 2 movies before this movie.
Yeah, and not to mention this kind of news came out just recently around this new year. The Spider-Man movie's been out for at least like a month now or something.
That's weird if you've seen that, but that'd be some weird. Was that like some back alley part of the internet? I mean, it wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read or even seen anything like that. Like, I wouldn't doubt that it's there, but I'm not on Twitter 24/7.
To look
But
to see
from
what
what I've
everyone's
seen,
complaining about.
from what I've seen on Twitter, no one's been complaining about that. So
Based on
I don't know. Maybe I'm not the right guy to,
Well, that's currently being overshadowed by what G4 did recently, which is another topic within itself. But
I mean, unless it was, I could understand if they were like upset because of diverse internals or whatever
or the fact that
yeah.
he only made that much money because it was a male-led character rather than a female-led character.
But again, that still doesn't make sense because Black Widow was like freaking 2 movies ago.
Yeah.
Well, now 3 based on this, but yeah, 2 movies
Right, yeah,
before this.
And plus, it was also released under completely different circumstances.
Yeah.
Like, we can't release this in theaters, so we just got to put it out in Disney Plus.
It's not like they introduced Spider-Woman anyway, either.
Let's see. I mean, granted, I do know that Sony is planning a Spider-Woman movie, apparently, or at least a Madam Web one.
Well, yeah, the Madam
Those are
Web
like 2 different characters.
But yeah.
Jessica Drew. Oh wait, no. Yeah, is it Jessica Drew?
Well, she did become Madam Web recently.
Did she? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like the original Jessica Drew,
but yeah.
Yeah. The original Jessica Drew, she recently became Madam Web.
Became the Black Madam Web. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh. I haven't kept up with her. I remember them doing a costume change for her after the Spider-Verse storyline.
Well, the only reason I know that is because I'm currently keeping up with Gwen Stacy Ghost Spider.
Ghost Spider, yeah.
So the only reason I know that is because I know I'm keeping up with her.
I'm it's always amazing because Jessica Drew's Spider-Woman really didn't have much in common with Spider-Man.
No.
Even though, again, they both have spider-based powers.
Well, the only reason Stan Lee created Spider-Woman was so that no one else could do it.
Of course.
True.
So it was kind of cool that she was a part of that Into the Spider-Verse storyline that in the comics. It's like, oh wow, this is a character that doesn't typically interact with Spider-Man because she usually has, even though it's ultimately came down to spider-based powers, she got it a completely different method or a different way from what he got it in. So it's kind of interesting to see a more experienced adult level character in, because Spider-Man's typically early 20s still now, due to retcons and all that kind of crap.
But anyway, let's see. One thing I'm just curious about is how do you guys think the reputation of this film holds up? Because I've seen people, for the most part, positive, though I have seen some people say they found the film a bit disappointing and they feel like the reputation of this film will die down over time when the hype's gone and all that stuff. Because in many ways, this movie is perhaps the biggest event movie since Endgame, really. So, but sorry, go on.
Go ahead.
So it's in many ways, because in many ways, like that first time you watch it, you're just going like, oh yes. Let's see.
So you think it's just nostalgia blind? You think people are just nostalgic is what's keeping it going or whatever, or kept it going?
Yeah, someone like a nostalgia for the previous characters coming in. Oh, this movie is just like it's the first time doing a crossover like this. It's like, oh, Tom Holland's finally looking like a proper Spider-Man and no longer Iron Man Jr., etc.
I don't see why it would die. I mean, I could understand why people might not always look to it as something beyond that, but I don't think the story was written terrible enough to think that it wasn't something that could work. I don't think it's just pure nostalgia that keeps it or had it in the limelight.
Yeah.
Also, I don't think
people really like Spider-Man, so.
Right. I also don't think it was I don't think people went in with the expectations that it was going to be just as big as Endgame and Infinity War were, but because you're
that's an
dealing with a much
Avengers.
smaller cast and they've only got one movie to work with, so like I think as far as amongst people who are fans of Spider-Man, I think they will hold this movie in a fairly high regard, probably within the top 5. As far as the comic book fandom in general, they might hold it down to a little bit lower standard because we're still in this wake of Avengers, Infinity War and Endgame, and those were just such epic movies. Well, yeah, no,
Infinity
they were
War
kind
was.
of.
Endgame was kind of. Endgame was weird. I don't know if Endgame was as good as Infinity War, in my opinion.
Well, the final battle definitely was, but
Yeah.
in terms of story, yeah, it was kind of, instead of just focusing things on what's happening in space and then what's happening on Earth, it's mainly what happens on Earth.
Yeah,
But,
they kind of
yeah.
solved that
So
Tony
I
Stark
don't-
stuck in space pretty quickly.
Right, and I don't see this movie fading away into obscurity just yet.
You're talking about in Endgame in this case, or are you talking about Spider-Man fading away?
Spider-Man.
Okay, Spider-Man not fading away yet.
No, the
Or-
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not fading away just yet.
I
Anything
agree
else?
with that sentiment. I mean,
Anything else
I
to
don't.
say, or should I get to the concluding thoughts?
Yeah, James, do you have any thoughts?
James?
Those thoughts.
I think he's all thought out.
Sorry, I'm looking for something.
Thought out. I'm high as a kite.
Okay, well, James, I'm just about to get to concluding thoughts, unless you want to think of any long-term effects this movie might have on the MCU or cinema or anything like that.
Do you think it was only nostalgia driven?
Well, everybody's going to make the claim that that everything tries to build up on nostalgia. Oh, look, we're bringing the old Spider-Man in. That's the only thing that makes this movie great is that you have the old Spider-Mans in there. I mean, yes and no, but there's good and bad ways to use nostalgia to hype up your movie. Case in point, Ghostbusters 2016.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's see. For those who do not know, me and James did a Ghostbusters review on Afterlife, and it is on my channel. Let's see, check it out if you haven't already.
Oh yeah, it sounded Afterlife. Well, I mean, I always heard that Afterlife was pretty good anyway.
Let's see. So yeah. Anyway, so I suppose concluding thoughts. Well, let's see. In preparation for this movie, I ended up watching just about every Spider-Man movie that Spider-Man appeared in, from Sam Raimi's, Andrew Garfield to the MCU, in which I also included Iron Man 2 because they retconned Peter Parker's that kid with the Iron Man mask there. Let's see, and like both Avengers movies.
You stole Lucky Cheese idea, by the way.
Yeah.
You stole Lucky Cheese idea, because that's exactly what he did. Minus Iron Man 2.
Yeah. So yeah, I end up spending quite a lot of my nights trying to watch these movies and all that stuff, which was very exhausting. And I'm never going to do that again with any other thing. But
how dare you?
Yeah, I overall think this film, is the best live action Spider-Man movie for a while. Granted, I do feel like there's going to be some problems with some of the plot points that are going to have people complaining, though. By how much, I do not know. But overall, I think this film is at least a 8 or 9 out of 10, and is probably the best Marvel film from 2021. What about you guys?
Agreed. I still don't like the MJ thing, but
There's
I was
gonna
o-
be. It's
I was
not
pretty.
a Marvel movie.
I mean, I was pissed off at it for a long time, and I was okay with it because people were going, "Well, just think of it as a different universe." Okay, and for a while I was like, "Okay, Michelle Jones. It's just the way the universe is. It's just the way this Spider-Man universe is." Okay, I finally accept it. And then when you get to the whole, "Oh, Michelle Jones Watson," then I was just so angry that like you can't make excuses anymore for it. I'm sorry, and I'm tired of it, and nobody can make excuses for it for me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, again, it's as I was saying mid-sentence there for you. It's not a Marvel movie if it doesn't have some form of plot inconsistency.
Yeah, but other than that, it's a fine film. I give it, as Blue Star said, an 8 and a 10.
A blue star, a blue star, 8 out of 10. A blue star customary, 8 out of 10.
Kind of wish we got more of Toby and Andrew, but we got what we got.
Well, they obviously weren't gonna be in the film from the start because again, it's Tom Holland's film. It's supposed to be I
Yeah,
guess it's supposed to be kind of still passing the torch, even though this is the third. This is the third Spider-Man movie and the ninth film he's appeared in, eighth film he's appeared in, depending on, I guess, really what you want to talk about. But yeah, he's been Spider-Man now for a while in the MCU, but I guess this was the passing of the torch officially. It's kind of weird that I like the film. I think it was good. Seems weird that the ending was essentially basically saying, "Oh yeah, this was like the prequel to the real MCU Spider-Man." But I don't know. I think it'll still hold up even if you watch it a couple years down the road.
yeah.
Although I guess it really would depend where Marvel now takes Spider-Man to really judge if it was the proper way to end it or whatnot. But
I just hope that Tom Holland's wish doesn't become true.
what's his wish? Oh, Miles Morales.
Well, no, he was kind of like and Aunt May's actress.
Oh, you're talking about her wanting to be a lesbian.
Well, both Aunt May being a lesbian and Peter Parker, either being a woman or being gay himself.
What the hell is Tom Holland says a lot of crack things,
Yeah.
man.
And then you have rumors of possibly Venom being, or Eddie Brock coming out as gay, which is weird, but whatever.
Well, apparently I do know that they market the Venom movie as like a romantic comedy couple for Chinese audience or something.
Of course they did. It's funny, but
I mean, if you want to look at it at a twisted point of view, that kind of is the first Venom movie. Just two beings trying to
find love in life.
Yep, trying to find work-life balance. He's a
homicidal maniac, and
I'm a space alien.
And I'm a space alien.
We want to buy a house for $3.2 million. HGTV presents The Symbiote Couple.
The Symbiote Couple. They traded their way up to a house.
I want a pool to help me relax by. And then the symbiote comes out. I want a computer to surf the web.
We should totally find a way. We should eat
that. Surf the web. Surf the web. Shut up, Brock.
Shut up.
The hell is that?
The hell is that?
That's the couple.
What's the voice in my head?
No, well.
What that vibrating thing
Oh,
was?
that was
Yeah,
my
that-
table. Sorry, I was moving it closer and I ended up dropping my microphone. Sorry about that.
We
That
got a
pinging sound.
a true sound wave.
I just know at this point that Marvel. I don't know.
I was gonna say, Tom Holland is from Blue Star's homeland. Of course, he's gonna have weird ideas.
Wow, that's a lot of love.
What are you talking about?
May I remind you that at least that you Americans descend from British and other
Shut up.
European countries.
we take no part in this. We defected. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you spelled cancer with 2 L's because we gave you that L.
Taking that out.
Not to mention, I've seen some of the daft ideas that from Americans from your country.
Yes, I know. It's not too hard to understand that Tom is just going along with everyone else's rhetoric of the time instead of,
Plus, it's aluminum, not aluminium. You posh bastard. You posh bastard.
It's caramel, not caramel.
No, that's more of an argument over here.
I know.
It's color, not color with a U in it.
Color.
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 That's like if I said labor instead of labor.
Labor. You said it to sound fancy.
Wow, they really are mean to you, Blue Star. I like this.
James is being the nice one today.
Yeah, this is surprising. Usually Mangareader is the nice one.
This is the opposite day effect.
I'd guess it might be that Mangareader's gotten so fed up with me with all the My Hero Academia streams.
I get to listen to the whole manga.
Was Scottish.
Scottish.
What? Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Hey, Lucky Cheese not here. We have to somehow divide the role that she likes to play.
Exactly.
If For Life wasn't here, we'd be here all day.
If For Life were here, yeah.
If For Life were here, he'd probably have something to say about Michelle Jones.
Oh yeah,
he'd be your exact opposite, James. You'd be probably having the argument with For Life the whole time.
Who knows? Let's see. If that was the case, I probably would have to split the stream into like 2 parts or something.
Yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow.
He'll just rant about filler for the next 4 hours.
But anyway, well, overall, I think we've all gotten our thoughts of the film out. I think we've all enjoyed it, and I think we would all recommend it in the future for anyone and all that stuff.
Could be Marvel, a 9.5 if you want to give it a.
Disney, just tread carefully with this one.
Yeah, stop trying to pander to the people that probably don't even watch the movie.
Stop trying to pander to the people that don't even bootleg the movie.
Don't pander to the people that don't buy comics.
Well, I'm just saying, because one of the big things because West Side Story came out around the same time, Black Widow didn't come out at the same time, obviously, but they tried something weird with that one and so many other things. And Spider-Man was just far more successful than some of the other movies where they did so much changing to it to accommodate for a certain perspective. And I'm putting that friendly. And
I don't know. I don't know. I liked the Steven Spielberg's version of West Side Story.
I didn't even
or at the very least, I think. Or at the very least, I think it has some merit of existing. At the very least, they didn't change the ending.
Oh.
No, but
spoiler alert: it's Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, spoilers!
Oh, really?
Romeo and Juliet,
no idea.
But West Side Story.
Well, anyway.
Next thing you tell me, Avatar is just Dances with Wolves.
Avatar is Dancing with Wolves.
It's a joke because it totally is.
Isn't Avatar 2 eventually, or why do I say that? Eventually, times 2, supposed to come out at some point?
Mangareader in the multiverse. Eventually.
Yeah. Eventually, upon that, double down on it.
I want there to be a multiverse where I'm the British one.
The British There's a British version of every one of us in the multiverse, James.
Yeah.
Just like there's a black version of us in the multiverse, or a Mexican, or a Japanese, or whatever.
Infinite
Hell
universes, infinite possibilities.
Yeah.
And maybe a universe where I'm straight.
But it's probably a universe, James, where you're super woke.
Super woke.
Oh God, I kill me.
You kill me.
No,
I kill myself.
your superhero identity would be impotent rage from Grand Theft Auto 5.
Infinite rage.
Impotent rage. That makes me very angry.
The one constant in the entire infinite universe is that there's no it's just gonna always be Grand Theft Auto 5.
Anyway.
I want a credible Hulk that doesn't go by anger, it goes by hunger.
Goes by hunger. Well, isn't that
I'm
zombies?
getting hungry. You wouldn't like me when I'm hungry.
That's Marvel zombies.
Anyway, I think it's time to wrap this stream up.
You think so?
Yes, I think it's definitely the longest stream I've done on my channel at the very least.
4 hours.
Yeah, on your channel, probably the longest chat we've had. Pretty much up there.
Fair enough, but yeah. Thank you, James, Mangareader, and Steve for joining me and all that stuff. And I apologize for probably making this a bit longer than it probably was intended, but I'm glad you stuck through it all the way.
Hey, you're the one staying up late for us.
Yeah, I pretty much went.
If anything, we're the dicks for saying, "Hey, let's start this 5 hours 5 hours behind."
Hey, I was ready to go at 4:30. Where were you guys?
I was out,
and then we'll just join you afterwards.
I was out eating Red Lobster. I'll have you know, I had myself a nice surf and turf.
Whose fault was that?
Well, lucky for me that this day was a weekend. Otherwise, I would not do it.
That's the part where
You wouldn't do it on a weekday.
Yeah, well, I have a job
know
now.
your intern.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
I have a job now. I've been having a job.
I've been having a job. I work for a living.
I make money for a living.
Well, with that all said, I'm Blue Star Saber.
I'm LKNMJH, also known as Steve.
Mangareader.
And I'm James S. Cassidy saying, with great power comes great streaming responsibilities.
And with that said, we are signing off. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us. And for those who are watching this, if 4 hours puts you off, try at least watch like 30 minutes to an hour, if it makes it at a piece, if it makes it easier. And with that said, goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.